Park in Windhoek. So on the screen, of course, the 5 matches that we will be bringing you today, basically in the round of 16 in this professional squash tournament. As you can see there, lots of representation of different countries in this $15,000 tournament. So we are looking forward to seeing some highly exciting squash. We already saw Samuel Gerrits play yesterday, and he will be up against Rhys Evans in the opener. Rhys Evans, 4th seed in the tournament from Wales. He had a bye in the round of 32. And so yeah, we're looking forward to bringing you all the action, as you can see there, leading up to the big match later tonight, the main match, you could say, between the 1st seed in the tournament, Taufik McAuliffe from France. He also had a bye, so the first time that we'll be seeing him against Ali Tolba from Egypt, who is considered to be a potential dark horse in this tournament. Also, we'll be seeing Dewald van Niekerk, who was the runner-up in this tournament last year here in Windhoek, playing against his South African countryman John Anderson. John Anderson, of course, who took out the Namibian #1 Arno Diekman in last night's main match. Yeah, so we'll be taking a quick ad break, and we're looking forward to bringing you all the action.
Dreams are becoming a reality. With JSB Sports Betting, you can win life-changing money. Our biggest winner ever walked away with 7.4 million Namibian dollars. Why not you? Bet with JSB Sports Betting today, and you could be next. Because here, anyone dreams are can be a winner.
So coming up shortly then, this match between two very friendly squash players that also helped out with helping us with the commentary also yesterday. Samuel Gerrits from the Netherlands and Rhys Evans from Wales. Rhys, who told us this is his first visit to Namibia and looking forward to making his mark. He had a bye in the round of 32 and he'll be coming up against Samuel Gerrits. Samuel Gerrits, 20 years old. Rhys Evans, 21 years old. Rhys Evans, who has been on the PSA tour since 2022. So I'm joined here in the commentary box by Marco Himmel, also one of the organizing members, member of the organizing committee, and also an eager squash player. So welcome, Marco.
Thank you, Andrew. First time in the booth, so let's hope we have a good night. I think we're going to have a very good games tonight. It's going to be a bit more competitive the second round than it was last night. So we have Samuel Gerrits from Netherlands, who's been back from last year. Then we've got Rhys Evans from Wales. He's been having good recent form. He had some good wins in his recent tournaments. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Half time.
Samuel Gerrits, he reached the quarterfinal of this tournament last year. So there we see then some stats on Rhys Evans, our first time visitor from Wales. Also a good winning percentage there.
Rhys's ranking is in his favor. So as you can see, he's very close to his ever world highest. So he's just outside the top 100. This it would seem for seeding that Rhys has got the upper hand, but we'll see what Mr. Gerrits can do. We'll have a look.
So Marco, just people don't always realize just how big certain sports are. If you're just looking at like one event, like if you're not maybe familiar with squash, if you just look here now, currently in the world where there are professional tournaments going on. So I think we have this one in Namibia every year, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
So then also we have one going on in India. There's one active at the moment in Hong Kong. There's another one in Islamabad in Pakistan. There's one in Niagara on the lake in Canada. There's one going on in France, one in England, and one in Egypt. So if you look at the profiles of some of these players, how active they are in the last few months, just the traveling and how they've been performing in different places all over the world, in Asia and in New Zealand, Australia, all over the place.
Yeah, it's interesting. The tour is split up in basically two sections. So you've got the World Tour, and then you've got the Challenger Tour. Now the Challenger Tour is the more up-and-coming players that play on the Challenger Tour, smaller
PSA
prize
BDO
monies,
Namibian Open 2025,
so these are played
16
concurrently
match.
all the time. So there's
Samuel
really a lot of
Clarence
tournaments
of the
all
Netherlands to
around
serve,
the world, and the
Rice
players can then
Evans of
decide where
Wales
they
to
want to,
receive best of 5 games level.
place themselves and what works strategically for them. So yeah, we've got a really good contingency this year here. We are on a 15K, which means that we are just before World Tour level. So the next up would be into the tour and the World Tour. But that, obviously requires more funding, it requires more prize money, and then, there's a level of professionalism that comes with that as well. We got on the way here. Reese and Sam have started. Obviously, the talk of the whole weekend will be the heat and the altitude. Most players play at sea level. I think a lot of this has already been said, but that makes the ball extremely quick, and you'll see the pace that these players play with now is really, really high, and the rallies are really long.
Together with that, of course, the high bounce on this new court.
Yeah, so we have different balls that try and counter this, and this is a high altitude ball. So that means it's slower than most balls. But in this heat, in this humidity, and this altitude, it's really, really high paced, and you'll see the professional squash circuit's intensity is really there's Sam's a bit in his way, meaning that Reese is granted a stroke. Reese started well here. Always important to start the first game quite well, not give off cheap points, not make any unforced errors. You can really see both players are really trying to keep the pace quite high. They're obviously still fresh, so they will have a long first game, I believe.
One of the sayings in boxing is people refer to your opponent as your dance partner. So
squash is much like a dance, I think, Andrew. You have to really play around your opponent, and it's one of the unique things of the sport is you have someone that's in your space. It's in the same space. You're not opposite sides of the court. You're sharing a court. That also creates a lot of conflict. That's why the refs are quite important. And that's why the calls are there, that you do get in each other's way. So it is a bit like a dance. And squash is an absolutely tactical game as well, Right now the players will try and kind of sort out what the game plans are, try and adjust, try and see how the players. I don't know if these two players have played each other before. So the European circuit, usually these players, at this level they would have played each other at some point. They'll sort out everything, get used to it, and then adapt quite well. It's a good squeeze from Evans there. It's close to the wall, difficult to get off.
Sam Gerrits had already had one match yesterday in which he beat Ahmed Al-Bashouti from Egypt. 3 games to 0. 11-4, 11-6, 11-4.
Reese is really making Sam work quite hard in these first few points. You know, Sam's putting in a lot more movement than Reese is at this point in time. So Reese is trying to control the middle and keep Gerrits off the tee.
Long rallies for the last 2 points.
I really think we're going to see a lot more of that, you know. With the ball being really this quick and so bouncy, it's very easy to pick up most balls, so killing the ball is quite difficult. So yeah, I think this is the game plan for most people here, as they'll hit really long rallies and fitness will come into it quite a bit. A mistake by Evans. Gerrits has kind of weathered the first onslaught from Evans, so he's kind of closer now.
So with us in the commentary box, Marco Himmel, a member of the organizing committee of the tournament. So Marco, you're also an eager squash player. How often would you say do you play?
Well, I am. I really like the sport. It's really a good sport. It's very intense. I'd really encourage anyone to try it. I don't play so much anymore. I've got obviously still it being a hobby, and I travel a lot, so I don't get to play as much as I often do. But I try to get to the courts at least once a week. It's really a good sport. It's really a healthy sport. It's been rated as one of the healthiest sports you can play. And it's we're trying to grow the community of squash, try and grow squash in Namibia as a sport. So this spectacle is very nice, and seeing this type of level that we're seeing right now, is something that we in Namibia at least aren't very used to. So it's always really nice seeing this type of level being played.
Do you also enter tournaments when you get the opportunity?
I do, yeah. Being an organizer with Andrew and Stephen here in the Wanderers Club, it's really busy because we started today with a local draw. We're streaming the PSA draw, but there's a whole local draw going on with local players and amateur players playing, and it really becomes quite busy. So it becomes difficult to try and focus on playing a tournament when you have to run around and make sure everything runs smoothly. And it's quite important that everything runs smoothly. So we've dedicated our time to organizing this time. But I've played a couple of tournaments this year. I'm really coming back from an injury as well. So trying to get back onto it as soon as I can. It's being quite an important point right now, and an unforced error by Sam. That gives Evans game point. And then it leads us into the first game nearly being closed. As usual, in this type of climate, it's really good to have the basics correct. I think Evans did a bit of a better job there, trying to keep his lines, pushing Sam just a bit more back towards the edges and really using the backcourt to his advantage. Sam seemed to attack a bit more in the second half of that game. So if you can try and get a bit more of the front foot and not chase the ball as much and try and push Evans a bit into the corners, that would probably help Claret's game. So I'm dead sure he'll be getting a bit of advice from his fellow players right now, and then they'll be back. Long game as well, 14 minutes. Like I said, with this heat, it's bound to be quite a long game. And I think what most people also don't really appreciate is how high these guys' heart rates go. They're sitting at an average of at least 160, 170 throughout their time, and doing that for an extended period of time is quite physical, and that's what makes, in my opinion, squash so great. It's a really, really intense sport. So.
Of course, this tournament's still going on until Saturday, and so on Thursday we'll have day one then of the ladies have two divisions, A and B division, and then of course the men's A, B, C, and I think D division.
That's correct. Yes, yeah, we have A to D. Two ladies, and then we have one special division, which is a mixed division, which mixes ladies and things. You know, we've had really a lot of entries for this tournament, apart from the PSA. We've got something like 132 players playing. So yeah, a lot of squash action coming in the next couple of days, with the local draw on its way now. Tomorrow there's more of the A section playing in ladies and in the men's. Some really good players, some overseas players from the PSA entering that draw, and as well as some other local African players that have joined us. So yeah, that'll also be very exciting squash. So yeah, for anyone that's interested, please, and is in the Windhoek vicinity, please come down. Entrance is free. Come have a look and yeah, come see a good sporting spectacle. Another unforced error by Gerrit. You know, these games are really important to start off well. It's very difficult if you're 4 points behind to try and come back. So Gerrit must clean up, no more errors, keep the ball alive.
In the court just next to this one is also another round of 16 match currently ongoing. So the number 6 Damian Groenewald of South Africa that took the first set in his or the first game as you call it against Yuri Harpers from Belgium, leading that match.
Yeah, I think Damian would also be a bit more used to these type of conditions. You know, he's grown up in South Africa, also at quite a high altitude, so he's quite used to it. But he's been in the Netherlands for the last 2 months about training there. He's played against Sam Gerrits a couple of times. He's beaten him once and lost him against him once in the Netherlands. So that's really shows you that the level is quite equal everywhere, even if the rankings don't always show that. But yeah, Damien leading the second game now 9-7. So yeah. Gerrits letting out a shot there. Maybe a bit of frustration coming out.
4-2. And now 3-4.
Yeah, really long rally there by the two. And then the mistake came from Gerrits again. But yeah, lungs must be burning out there for the boys. Gerrits finds the nick. Hits the winner.
5-6.
So Marco, can you imagine yourself being on the court with any of these guys?
You know, it's the level of intensity these guys can keep is quite incredible. We play average. Anyone on an amateur level really, you play between 15 and 30 minutes average a game time. These guys' average game time is at least 45 to 60 minutes. And you'd play one of those long rallies and we would be really feeling it. So being out with these guys, and their accuracy is just something different. The consistency they keep, the amount of times they hit really good winners, even if they're under pressure, they return well. Gerrits making a move now. Mistake by Reese. It's really, really tough being on plane. The cameras never do it quite justice how quick this pace of this game is. You think it looks so easy to do what these guys do, but it's absolutely not. But very, very great experience. It's nice now we can expose some of our players here in Namibia to that level. They get to play this pace, this intensity. Really good. Really nice. Also, the crowd's quite full. I actually spoke to some of the players last night, and they said it was amazing to see that for a first round game there were so many spectators here. That's really great to see, and thanks to the spectators for turning up. I mean, it's really, really great to have this type of energy in the room, and the players really enjoy it as well. So if we can keep that up, important for Gerrits to close this out now. I always think that being 1-0 down, you never want to go 2-0 down. It's a really tough uphill battle from there. So the next 2 points for Mr. Sam Gerrits will be quite important to seal this one and take it to 1-1 and then reset. Still a lot of ferocious hitting going on. We wouldn't expect it, but they've been changing the pace up quite nicely as well, from time to time lifting. Sometimes they lift just to get a breather as well, to slow down the ball a bit, catch a couple of heartbeats, and then go again.
Coming towards the business end of this game, as you might call it.
Like I said, very, very important for Sam to close this out. Going to 2-0 down is really not an easy feat. That's a poor error by Mr. Gerrits. Really putting pressure on himself now. Using the back of the court to very good effect there, using the pressure he created. Game ball now for Mr. Gerrits, important point. Sam just seems to be making some critical errors at some critical times. Maybe if he was just a bit more patient with the attacks before he goes short. Now into what we call a tie break. The next player needs to win by 2 points, clear points, which means that they'll be keep playing until someone is 2 clear points ahead. also something we're probably going to see more and more of as we get to the higher games is because the ball's so warm and moving so a lot, there will be a lot more interference with the players. They'll be in each other's way a lot more. That always creates a lot of tension and can become quite a heavy point to manage as the players would have to, making sure that they manage the strategy around the interference as well. Mistake by Gerrits again, and unfortunately that's it. Evans now leads 2 games to love. Long way back. Evans doing enough, really kept the pressure on, never gave up. Gerrits was leading that last game, should have closed it out, but a couple of unforced errors again, forcing him. Now 16-minute game. Like I said, this is quite a long game, even by professional standards, but very expected. So Andrew, has any of this inspired you to take up squash, seeing the guys play? And it's a difficult sport to get into, but once you get going, I think it can be quite nice. So any chance you're going to pick up a racket?
I've just played socially when I was younger, but I had one squash partner who was quite obviously overweight at a certain stage, and I really struggled even to beat him. If you would look at just the two of us and you would have to put money on somebody, I've asked this question to people that know us both, and they would, and then I would have to tell them you would have lost most of your money. So it's a bit of a surprising sport sometimes in that regard, trying to figure out how to overcome certain challenges.
It is. That actually makes it quite interesting. We have, we always joke because in the local draws there's some juniors, like you would have seen Francois Hanekom. He's 14 years old, but he beats most senior players. And that's what's quite cool about squash, because the point is that even more women can compete with men. It's not. Although it's a very physical game, and at the top end, men are superior to the women as in most sports, but the women compete. We've had many tournaments where there's a mixed draw, and the women can hold their own, and the juniors can hold their own, and that's nice about squash. It's really a game for everyone, even old, young, and even if you're not that fit, you can be good with a racket and still compete. Referee calling that ball not good.
You mentioned Francois Hanekom Jr., 14-year-old. He put up a good show last night against a much more experienced professional opponent from Egypt, Azem Hossam. Eventually lost the game 11-5, 11-6, 11-5. But he certainly had his moments during the game.
Yeah, Francois is really a good up-and-coming squash player. In terms of our regional scene, he's been to a couple of South African tournaments. He's beat all the South Africans that he's competed against in his age group, and so he seems to be a very good talent. And now it's about furthering our talent, getting him exposure. And that's what this tournament's about as well. It's trying to get those guys to see what the level is that they need to compete against if they really do want to take this seriously as a sport and as a profession. He's really good. So it'll be good and interesting to see how he develops as he gets older, and yeah, hopefully we'll have a Namibian that can definitely play on the tour. You know, we had another Namibian, Jandre Olivier. He's also quite a youngster training down in Mossel Bay. He's actually a Namibian. He's registered under South Africa, but he grew up in Namibia. So he was competing. So yeah, Francois is really a up and coming talent, and hopefully we can get him to a point where he can compete. Sam just leaving that ball a bit loose. Evans onto it. Sam will really have to try and work on his patience here, try and keep his structure, try and find his length at the back, and then try and work the rallies so that he gets an opportunity. But really with this heat, it's really not easy trying to kill the ball. So the legs really have to be strong, you really have to be fit, physicality will be high. It just seems that Sam's just making a touch too many unforced errors. You know, there's a couple of tins that he's hit already. You know, he needs to try and clean that up if he wants a way into this game. Reese asking for a let there interference, but the ball being waved too far for him in, so the referee awarding a no let. Sam putting the body on the line, really stretching to get those pickups, but Reese's quality at the moment just a bit better. Reese asking for court service. Seems that there's a bit of water on from the sweat, so we'll have someone quickly come in and clean that up. One of our local players, Lou Grevenstein, in the broom there, and Andrew, one of the main organisers. Good form in sweeping. Getting a little cheer from the crowd. Really nice shot from Gerrits there, using the short ball. The longer the game goes on, usually the balls soften as well. It's really warm, so I don't know how much it will slow down, but it'll definitely be a bit slower than from new. So the players will look to play a bit more attacking squash, a bit more in the front of the court, with the ball being slightly softer. Yeah. Just a bit of interference again. A let given.
And now 6-3.
Sam will have to dig deep now. Try and claw back some points. Try and get back into this game. Evans really using the front of the court to his advantage now, putting on the pressure. A dive by Mr. Gerrits, really committing himself. And they'll have some court service come on now. You know, a lot of players use this time as a tactical break. Try and get their heart rates down, try and recover. Sometimes it's taken too far, but it's also part of the tactics, you know, trying to get a bit of rest in if you've been under pressure a lot, like Mr. Gerrits has been. So always good to catch a breather. Reese really attacking well. Sam's still unhappy about the court conditions, still a bit slippy for him. So this is where the tactical games comes in. He's also catching his breath a bit, I think, trying to renegotiate his position, try and reassess where he's at and reset.
Just place with your feet if you're happy with the floor.
Yeah, a really long way back for Gerrits now. He will really have to pull something out the hat to get this back. And if Evans plays as well as he has been, keeping on the pressure, it'll be difficult for Sam. Evans been using that front left corner quite well. Really good alleviating of pressure by Evans there. A really tough rally. But Evans too good there, using the width of the court. And yeah, Evans with 7 match balls now. You can really see the guys have had a physical battle. Mr. Evans doing a bit of ghosting there. Doesn't seem too tired. But one of our juniors on court doing the court service. It's good to see.
Take 3 match ball.
And Evans just too strong for Gerrits. Beats Gerrits 3-0. Really nice game to see. High intensity game. So very good. That's it. We'll have the next game follow on now. Maybe in another 10 minutes. Yeah, Andrew, thank you for having me in the commentary booth. I think someone will take over from me now.
Okay, it was great to have you, Marco. So
yeah, we'll see you later.
Thanks a lot. So on the court, just next to this one, Damian Groenewald and Damian Groenewald, the number 6 seed from South Africa, playing against Belgium's Yuri Harpers. They are also locked at 2 games all. So with the deciding one to come, we'll let you know a bit later as that result comes in. So there you could see Rhys Evans really taking control of this third set. Great performance in his first match in this tournament. So we'll be taking a short break maybe just now before we bring you the next match, which will be between Yannick Omlor from Germany and David Turner from Australia.
Dreams are becoming a reality. With JSB Sports Betting, you can win life-changing money. Our biggest winner ever walked away with 7.4 million Namibian dollars. Why not you? Bet with JSB Sports Betting today and you could be next. Because here, anyone dreams of it can be a winner.
Your millionaire journey starts with a simple step: walking into one of our many convenient JSB shops located right across Namibia, or going online to jsbsports.bet. We've made it easy for everyone. To participate, you need to be a registered, valid and verified JSB account holder, including bank confirmation and ID. You must also be of legal betting age in Namibia and legally permitted to gamble. Ready to turn a small bet into a huge win and join the millionaire mania? Let's dive in. The path to the grand prize starts with earning a silver ticket.
For the monthly silver ticket draw, it's simple. Place a $25 or more sportsbook bet to earn 1 entry within the calendar month. Each subsequent bet of $25 or more earns you an additional entry. Remember, cumulative bets do not count. For example, if you place 2 bets of $15, that won't qualify. Also, voided, cancelled, or cashed out bets do not count. At the end of each calendar month, we will randomly draw 10 silver tickets from all eligible entries. These winners will then form a specific group for that calendar month, heading closer to the big draw. The monthly draw will happen 7 days after each calendar month.
But that's not the only way to get a silver ticket or even a direct golden ticket.
And some lucky participants might even win a golden ticket directly from a JSB promotion or a partner giveaway, granting them entry into the final prize draw, provided they meet activation requirements. To retain your silver or golden ticket for the final prize draw, you must remain active within each subsequent month. Being active simply means following your favorite football team, placing bets of $25 Namibian on them or more. Follow us on our socials, and for more information, Check out our T's and C's on our website. If you miss placing bets after retaining your silver or golden ticket, your ticket will then be forfeited and will not be redrawn.
All these paths lead to one incredible destination, the grand prize draw for 1 million Namibian dollars. The final draw for all groups will be held 7 days after the 24th of May 2026. The grand prize draw event will be held approximately 2 to 3 weeks after the end of the competition, and the exact location will be announced closer to the time.
This agreement outlines your obligation to make yourself available for reasonable publicity, promotional activities for up to 6 months, but not limited to photo shoots, interviews, and video appearances. We will also ask for a follow-up interview 12 months later to share your amazing story.
This helps us inspire others and showcase the real impact of the JSB Millionaire Mania. So, what are you waiting for? Visit your nearest JSB shop today or explore our convenient online platform. JSB encourages responsible gambling.
So our next match between Yannick Omlor, the third seed in this tournament from Germany. He's the left-hander with a purple shirt against David Turner from Australia. And I'm joined here in the commentary box by JP Brits. Welcome, JP.
Yeah, bye, donkey. I think we're looking forward to a great match between these two players. It's amazing to be at this year's Namibian Open again. I think Namibia is treated by some amazing squash throughout this week, and I think the players are excited to showcase their skills. We are experiencing like really hot conditions in Windhoek at the moment, and we can see on court that the ball is really bouncy and it's very lively squash at the moment. I'm not sure if we're going to see the temperatures cool down a little bit for the rest of the week, but we can see that the players are really working hard in these conditions. I think especially in the first couple of minutes when the ball is still new and extremely lively, I think we'll definitely see some extended rallies and see how the players adapt to getting the length and pace of the ball, ideal for the conditions. And I think the players, it's going to be crucial for them to really understand the weight that they're going to have to hit the lens with, and then combine that with how they create space in front, and then add some more pressure on the opponents. This rally is opening up a little bit more at the moment. Seeing the players are using all four corners of the court here. Just a little bit of an unforced error there by Omlor. The top 8 seeds the top 8 seeds have a bye in this format with the 24 draw. So we see all the top 8 seeds of the tournament playing the first match, and sometimes it's interesting to see, how they feature with the first match because they haven't played a match. Of course, these players are very professional, so they get in a few good hits and a few good practice sessions before the tournament starts. So they will definitely be fresh and ready. But sometimes it's good to get an actual match under your belt and already in it, to start with. So, yeah, great straight drop there by Turner. Just managed to put Omlor in some trouble at the back, forced a loose shot, and beautifully finished that ball into the forehand neck. Yeah, so Omlor had actually a quite nice early lead in this game, but Turner has done well to get back to 4-all. Bit of a combination of a few, I would say, easy mistakes from the German, but equally some good play by Turner.
So JP, if I understand correctly, you are from South Africa, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. I was not directly involved with last year's tournament. I understand you were here as well.
Yes.
So are you also a player at the pro level? Or?
I used to be a professional player, and I played on the PSA Tour from 2012 to 2023. And then I retired from playing professionally, but I'm still quite involved in squash. I'm actually at the tournament in a capacity of the tournament referee and refereeing all the matches from the quarterfinal onwards and helping out with a few other ones where needed. But I've played the Namibian Open for many years. Since I was a youngster, we came through with a big group from Potchefstroom. So we've supported this event many years before it was a PSA tournament. And it's been great to see, how the big sponsors like BDO and Powerline Africa has get involved and become sort of enthusiastic about growing the game in Namibia. And since they've started, they've just been growing every year and investing more and lifting the purse of the event to now ultimately having a 15K in Windhoek. And I think that's a big effort from the organizing committee. People love coming to Namibia. I've never had a bad experience coming to Namibia, so if I get an opportunity to enjoy this country, I would always come. And it's obviously great to see how squash is also supported and how the community can be treated to world-class squash. And hopefully that will help Namibia to also grow and see of their juniors coming through to aspire to become professionals one day as well.
So squash acquiring Olympic status for 2028. So unfortunately not during your career as a professional.
Yeah, we are extremely happy that squash got into the Olympics. I think it's obviously a big deal for the development of our game worldwide, regardless of if you're going to the Olympics or not. So we are extremely grateful for the IOC for including squash. I think it's long overdue. I think we have a great game and it has grown a lot, and we've shown a lot of growth and evolvement of our game over the years. Of course, when I was a young boy and during all the bids to get squash into the Olympic Games, I was always dreaming to go to the Olympic Games and play squash. But now that we are in, even though I'm not playing, I'm definitely going, and I will be there in any sort of capacity, whether it's just a supporter or in any other way that I can be involved. So I think the worldwide squash community is going to really have a massive jump in development from the experience, the exposure we get from being part in the Olympic Games. Omlor is obviously seeded higher for this match, and being the number 3 seed, top 100 in the world, he's a very well-established player. But Turner, who is obviously unseeded, is really doing well to have this first game at 7-all. Not sure if Omlor is still finding his feet and if he's going to be able to pick up the pace as this match goes on. But so far, Turner has really been able to absorb the pressure and ask some good questions of Omlor. Yeah, a bit sloppy there by Omlor. But I think you can really get caught out by how quickly this ball is coming off the front wall. For our viewers back home, it might not look much different on screen, but on court, the ball really comes off the front wall really quickly, and if you have your racket slightly late, it's really easy to miss-hit your shot and get a water stroke against you when that ball comes back to your body.
Yeah, obviously a very tight match here in front of us, but JP, just tell us a little bit about this result that is just coming through here from the court just next to us.
Yeah, we just saw a massive roar from the crowd on the court next door. South African Damien Groenewald beating Yuri Harpers from Belgium 3-2 in 62 minutes after being 2-love up and then slipping in the third and fourth, and then clinching the fifth game 11-6. Obviously very delighted for Damien, one of our national team players, to get through the second round and earning a spot in the quarterfinals for tomorrow. Yeah, just getting back to this match now. We see another sloppy error by Omlor, awarding Turner 2-game balls.
So Damien maybe also taking a bit of a revenge for South Africa against Yuri Harpers from Belgium, who took out Miguel Lombard yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, it's nice to see a lot of South Africans taking part in this tournament, and it's good exposure for our players to get to play against international professionals. And of course, it's nice when our South African players always also get good results and have the opportunity to represent us in the next round as well. Turner with one more game ball here. I think this is a big point for him. I think it will become quite a big challenge for Omlor if he can win this one. Just keeping his confidence up and making sure that he believes that he can win this match. Whereas if Omlor wins this one, I think he might be able to turn the momentum around. So locked in at 10-all. Big points to come from both players. Yeah, luckily Turner stopped with that one. It's very important for players to be careful when they turn on the ball, not to play a dangerous shot, but luckily in this case Turner was mindful of his opponent's positioning and rather stop than play late. Yeah, this is one of those cases again that hit the front corner and shot back to the middle. And yeah, even though it was a bit of an awkward situation, I still think that was the right decision. There was quite a lot of danger if Omlor chose to play that ball, so I think it was a good decision by the referee. Oh, just slipping the 10. Omlor taking that ball, that game 12-10. Yeah, and it seems like Omlor was just able to tidy up a little bit and, almost make sure of himself in that last 4 or 5 points. And I think that was a crucial game for him. It's going to be interesting to see how these two players regroup and how they approach the second game.
David Turner, the first one to return back to the court. One of his big results this year, I believe, was being the runner-up at the Australian National Championship.
Yeah, I think that's a great result. I haven't seen much of David on the professional tour, and in the last couple of years he hasn't represented Australia yet at the World Team Championships or World Tour events. But obviously getting that result, run-up in the Australian Nationals, I think that would definitely put him into the mix of hopefully representing Australia with coming WSF events. So we will definitely keep an eye open to his career going forward. And it's nice to see the Aussies coming down to Africa and participating in the Namibian Open. Let's see if he can have another good game here and challenge the number 3 seed. Oh, that was a great shot.
So during the break, we saw Stephen Berry putting up those things there in front. What are they?
They are actually like baskets that you can put a little sweat towel in, And then players are allowed once or twice a rally, or when there's a break in court maintenance or court cleaning, that you can go and wipe your face and wipe your hands off from excess sweat. Neither of the players have put the towels in it, but I think we'll definitely see from the coming rounds that players would make use of that. Sometimes it's just good just to get that excess sweat, off your forearm and your face, just to prevent any slipping of your grip. And of course, the professionals also use it as a tactical, let's say, tool, so that they can regroup maybe after a really tough rally, or just to get some composure while they are in that process. So the referees have to keep a close eye on that, just to make sure the players don't abuse that. Great shot again by Turner. Yes, a strong start again from the Aussie. Actually saw two great straight drops, one on either side, backhand and forehand. So it's a really positive start from him.
So, as a player, I'm guessing you were probably right-handed. Have you had much experience playing against left-handers?
Yes, I think I don't know why it is, but left-handers are always a little bit awkward to play. It's obviously because you're not used to playing left-handers a lot of times. Most of the players are right-handed, but the left-handers, they're always a little bit awkward. You play with your backhand on their forehand and their backhand on your forehand. So it's interesting to see how you combine that. When I played, I really favored my backhand, but that meant if I played a lefty, that I had to play my backhand against a lefty's forehand, and that was always a difficult tactical decision that I had to make while I was playing. So I had to sort of work out, am I going to back my backhand against his forehand, or am I going to play away from my strengths and play to his backhand on my forehand side? So you have to sort of figure that out, whereas if you play a right-hand player, it's much easier to go through your patterns and the areas that you really enjoy playing in. But at the end of the day, they are hitting a shot and you are hitting a shot, regardless if they're hitting it with the forehand or backhand, and you have to work out how you're going to tactically outplay them, independent or if it's on this side or that side. So a lot of times players are a little bit more flexible on their forearms, and they've got a bit more power with shorter swings. So they've got a bit more deception on their forearms, a bit more power on the forearms. So generally you want to avoid those areas on court. But at the end of the day, a good shot stays a good shot. It doesn't matter what... turning again. Doesn't matter which side you're going to play on. Yeah, so 4 points in a row from Omlor. He's playing a little bit in like phases, a little bit up and down. He's obviously very experienced. He has played a lot of tournaments. If you rank top 100 in the world, you are a very good squash player. You've really have done the hard work. You've gained a lot of experience. So I think he's going to be able to close this game off. And I think he's going to want to, that was a great shot. He's going to want to see if he can implement more situations like that, and obviously build on this performance going into tomorrow's quarterfinal. And not, I think he'll be very, he'll be very disappointed with that. Yeah, just a bit too loose from Turner there, and the referee awarding a stroke to Omlor. Yeah, that was a really good volley burst by Omlor, but Turner was just able to get that one and just get it up above the tin. And Omlor unfortunately hitting that one into the tin. Yeah, we've seen Turner turn 3 times already. I think it's a combination of the court conditions being so bouncy and the ball being so hot that if you just misjudge that width of the cross court, then it really goes wide and comes back quite a lot from the back wall, and it's just a simple safety lead for the referee. Yeah.
So thinking about squash as an Olympic sport, I don't know how much we know about how it's going to work, but would it be like only 32 players in the whole tournament, or how much do you think, or how do you think it would actually work?
Yeah, I know somewhere around March in 2026 they are going to give the qualifying criteria for all the countries, but so far we've heard that it's going to be 16 men and 16 women, which is a very small draw, which obviously means it's going to be very, very tough to get into the Olympic Games as a player. We are not sure yet how it's going to work in terms of how many players per country, if they're going to have qualifying tournaments, for example, in each continent, or how they're going to go about selecting the 16 players. It's always a difficult thing because, some people think that, the Olympic Games must be the top 16 players in the world, because we want the Olympic Games to be the top 16 players playing against each other for Olympic gold medal. But the Olympics are also about diversity and having players from different countries compete and so on. We obviously have a sport that's dominated quite a lot by Egyptians, and it will be obviously sad from their point of view if there's only one player per country allowed, for example. We wouldn't want to see, for example, the number 2 in the world or 3 in the world, if they are Egyptian, not being able to play in the Olympics. So we will see how it works out. Of course, for someone like Dewald van Niekerk, who is South Africa's number 1, it would be great if they decide that it's only one per country, because it means it will make his chances for qualification much better. And then you can argue it's good for the sport if there's many countries competing in the Olympic Games, and it shouldn't just be about winning, it should be about the broad development of the game and the Olympic Games. So I think there's a lot of options that's being considered, and I obviously think the IOC and the World Squash Federation won't take these decisions lightly. I think they will make good informed decisions of what they decide and what will be the best for the growth of the game. And hopefully it will be a great spectacle by the time we get to LA 2028 and we see how our sport is being demonstrated towards the whole world watching. Oh, that ball just going up by Turner. I think he slightly might have missed hit that one, but fortunately for him, it still went up. Yeah, and it's crunch time again. It's been a really competitive match so far. I would love to see Turner take a game. I think it will really change the dynamics of the game a little bit. Maybe bring in the physicality part slightly more. And this is definitely a big couple of points coming up for both players. It also shows how crucial that first game was, because both players, I think, had game balls. And if you took that game and now you're actually in a position to take another one, and it seems like Omlor is getting the better of the last couple of points of each game, and he's definitely going to try his best to close this one off to go up to love. Oh, yeah, that ball hitting the sidewall and rolling out. A little bit of good fortune for Omlor, taking that second game 2-1, 11-9, going up to love. And it just seems like he's been playing the big points a little bit better and maybe showing a bit more experience. But that is what you have to do at this level. You have to make sure that when it's crunch time that you are really focused and play well when it's really needed.
Coming back from 2-0 down is quite a long way.
It's very difficult. We've seen it many times. It's definitely not impossible. I think it's difficult being 2-love down against the number 3 seed. That is a top 100 player. But a lot of things happen in sport. As soon as one of the players relax a little bit, or maybe think they've done enough to win this match, we've seen much bigger upsets than this, coming back from 2-love down. But the players are like really professional, and they really try to not make those errors. But I always love to see an underdog coming back and win a match. So it's going to be see. It looks like Turner is up for the fight. He always comes back on court, and he's on his toes, jumping, and he's showing the intent of giving a big fight. Yeah, we can see again he's back on court early, hitting the ball, getting ready. He's got a positive attitude and mindset. So I wouldn't write it off that we might not see him win another game in this match. The matches are also on a knockout format, so Turner is very aware that if he doesn't win this game, that's the end of his tournament. So a lot of incentive for him to empty the tank and just give everything you've got. And sometimes that is enough to just increase the intensity slightly and get yourself back into the game. We see Turner here keeping Omlor on the backhand a bit more. Oh, getting that nick again. But we actually saw Omlor not really minding playing on the backhand, just keeping it on his backhand as well. So sometimes it's a little battle within the war that you want to fight, and just show that you're comfortable playing any side, and you're just going to hit it better and tighter than your opponent can do it. Yeah, great shot there by Omlor. We haven't actually seen that shot too often, and he brought in the variation, exactly at the right time with the right weight. Very, very good execution. Yeah, the referee deciding that Turner was still inside the swing of Omlor. Maybe he had made enough effort to get out of that swing, but I think the referee tries to stick to what they believe is the most fair call, and if you're going to hit the ball in the middle like that, it's difficult to give you the benefit of the doubt.
So yesterday during the opening day, Rhys Evans, the tournament number 4 seed, he had a bye, and so he also joined us for co-commentating during one of the matches. So he only had been just practicing a little bit on the court, and he said this is the bounciest court basically that he's ever played on anywhere.
It's definitely extremely bouncy. I think it was 36 or 37 degrees today, and bouncy. There's some vents on, but it's not like a really air-conditioned center, and so it's really, really hot. And sometimes, us that live in Africa, we are used to this kind of weather, and we train in this weather, every day, and we get used to playing in these conditions. But I think if you're from Wales, you don't get to play in these conditions that much. But I think it's in a way challenging the players in different ways. I think if they have the mindset of trying to figure it out and trying to not use it as an excuse, but really try to figure out what type of game do you have to play on these courts to get the best out of yourself, then they will enjoy the challenge of having the elements to deal with as well. You would definitely need to hydrate much better than what you used to do, and I think it would be good to pack in an extra shirt or two as well.
Yeah, we've had some cloud cover over Windhoek, which that definitely helped.
Yes, we actually heard some nice thunder and some good rainfall, which definitely makes a difference towards the later matches of the evening. But it still stays extremely hot on court. Although Turner has been playing, that's a bit of a loose shot again. Turner has made a good fight of this match so far, but Omlor has demonstrated like a really good calmness of himself. It didn't look like he's been having a difficult time yet. I think maybe if Turner were able to convert that first or second game, it might have been different. But Omlor is definitely looking and demonstrating a calmness around how he's playing. Yeah. Oh, bit of frustration there by Turner. And that's what sometimes happens when it's hot like this. You almost want to be a little bit too fine with how you cut that ball in, and then you almost like completely miss it just because you want to keep the ball shorter than what is actually possible within the conditions. Yeah, Omlor just going for it a bit there. Sometimes when you have a buffer of being 7-2 up and you get an opening, you are able to be a little bit more intentional with how you go for winning shot. but then you have to have discipline not to do it too much to get the other guy get back into the game. So we'll see if Omlor is going to play this rally out and see if he can close this game out with this big lead that he has. Yeah, good play here by Turner, making Omlor work a little bit harder for his points. Good lift again. Oh, should have played that. Yeah, good call by the referee in my opinion. We've seen the players play that comfortably throughout the tournament so far, and I think Turner has made enough space for Omlor to play that, and that's good refereeing to make sure the players are aware that they have to play those balls. Bit of unforced error there by Turner. Maybe he just felt he had an opening there, but obviously wanted to force it a bit too much in that occasion. Oh, great lob there by Omlor. That shot is especially difficult when it's so bouncy because it can actually easily get back off the back wall. But to hit it with that precision is very good skill. So 6 match balls for Omlor, and that was very good exposure and very good play by the number 3 seed, and he definitely upped his game in this third, giving an opportunity to earn a spot in the quarterfinal. Amazing, great shot.
So the match to follow this one will be Akil Rehman from Austria playing against Koch of Germany. It'll be the first time that we see Akil Rehman from Austria, the number 7 seed. He had a bye yesterday, while Koch got past his countryman from Germany, Jan Wipperfurth. Yeah, so good result there for Yannick Omlor, another German in this tournament, taking out the young David Turner from Australia. Yeah, so just want to thank JP Brits, the tournament referee, and also former professional player from South Africa that joined us in the commentary box for your insights.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was fun, and enjoy the rest of the games.
Thank you. So starting quarter 2.
Dis hoe laat moet begin.
Right, so we are back for this next match with Van Koch. Van Koch will be the one with a slightly blue shirt, I believe. And Akil is the one in an all-black kit. So I'm joined here in the commentary box by Stephen Berry from Wanderers Squash Club, one of the organizing members also of this tournament. Welcome, Stephen.
Thanks, Andrew. Good to be back. Really excited for this game. We've seen some unbelievable matches already. I had the privilege of reffing the Damien Groenewald against Yuri Harpers from Belgium, Damien from South Africa. South Africa's number 2. And wow, what a match. I think it was 11-7 in the 5th, if I got the score right. Yeah, but I've never, ever seen a game as accurate as that from what Yuri Harpers was doing, lobbing non-stop, lobbing volleys, lobbing wherever the ball went, he was just lobbing, and it was so accurate. And he really caught Damien off guard, and I spoke to Damien after the match. He also said he's never played a match like that, so he really had to adapt and change his game plan to figure Yuri's game plan out. So it was a really different yet exciting game to watch. Not the easiest match to referee, but yeah, I think we did a good job. And right now we head into another mouth-watering match. Akil Rehman, the number 7 seed in the tournament, Austria's number 1 ranked player. I believe he's 39 years old, if I'm not mistaken. He's won various tournaments in South Africa. A few years ago, he won the UCT Open. So he's no stranger to this part of the world, but this is the first time he's been in Namibia. But I've gotten to know quite a lot of Akil and Finn. I took them for a game drive to Okapuka on Saturday. Been driving them around. They both came to my house for a braai on Saturday afternoon, and lovely chaps. So I can't say that I've got a favorite who I'm supporting here, but I think, yeah, I mean, Finn pulled off the upset yesterday by beating Jan Wippervoet, who's obviously higher ranked than him, also from Germany. Finn's never beaten Jan before, so that was a good one. So he will be riding on the confidence. But yeah, was that his match of the tournament, or will he be able to pull it off again against Austria's number 1 with all the experience that Akil Rehman has after being number 1 in Austria for so many years? I was watching his warm-up. It's a very intense warm-up, very focused warm-up, getting his head into the game. So yeah, I think it's going to be a very intense match. But I'd love to see if Finn Koch will be able to keep up with the experience of Akil Rehman along with his fitness. So let's see, the youth against the old-timer. Let's see, it should be an amazing game of squash.
Stephen, you mentioned that previous result of Damien Groenewald where you were the referee. So a 5-set match lasting 62 minutes. Have you ever refereed a 62-minute match before?
Yeah, you don't get them very often, but it's tough. You know, you gotta keep your concentration for a long period of time. I knew it was going to be myself and Miguel Lombard from Western Cape were reffing together. When you get to matches at that level, there's not a lot of big calls that you need to make, but when you make them, they are big calls because the matches are so tight. The balls, the shots are tight. So, any call you make is going to be scrutinized in some way. One player is going to appreciate your call, the other one's not going to appreciate it. People in the crowd are, but I think our calls were pretty good. But yeah, it's tough, Andrew. Just to be honest, you got to focus for 62 minutes, and you got to keep your head in the game. You got to make sure, because one bad call can have an effect on the eventual result of the match. Oh, Finn going straight into attacking boast there. Getting a loose shot from Rehman and making sure he puts that one away before Rehman gets his legs into the game, gets his eye in. Because normally the guys always start off with long, slow rallies, feeling each other out, getting their eye in. So, not a bad option there from Finn Koch to get off the mark. And this second rally is certainly more of what we would have expected the start of the game to be. Finding their lengths, hitting nice tight balls. And there they attack the front, picks it up, and they get back to the basics and start from scratch again. Oh. It's a fantastic drop there by Akil Rehman. Puts it into the backhand corner, hits the nick, and that ball rolls out. There wasn't much that Finn Koch could do with that shot. Finn Koch won't be happy with that one. It wasn't a spectacular shot from Akil Rehman over there. It was just a everyday shot hitting the tin. You can't afford those mistakes at this level, so you'll have to reset and get back into this. Asking for a let there was obviously a little bit of interference. Akil Rehman saying there wasn't interference. He doesn't quite understand what the request is for. He's not agreeing with the ref's call. Ref's call is let, and with that they need to replay the point. The referee will call a stroke there. So for those listeners that don't understand that rule, if you're obstructing your opponent and he's unable to get access to the ball, that's a stroke, and that means Akil Rehman was in his way and Finn gets the point for that one. So Akil asked for a let there, obviously chancing his arm, but the shot that Finn Koch played was way too far away from him, and Akil ran the wrong line, but took a chance and hoped that the ref would give him a let. But I agree with that call, rightfully so, and no let was given. So that takes the score to 3-2 to Finn Koch from Germany. So let's just hope that this isn't the start of a match that's going to turn quite ugly and a lot of arguing with the ref's calls. I think ref calls a let there, so they replay that point. But you do get that from time to time where the players create a lot of traffic with each other and get into the refs or put the ref under pressure. Let's put it that way, in the hope of the ref giving them a call in their favor. So let's just see how it's going to go. Level of play at the moment is very even, but you can see Rehman querying most of the ref's calls. You saw there after that one, he shrugged his shoulders again. It's always difficult to see the interference on camera. But it could also be a ploy from his side, being the experienced campaigner, playing against a youngster. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Finn Koch is 19 years old. So very likely that he's also using this as a ploy to get into his head and draw some mistakes out of him.
Yeah, so we're not even at the halfway point of this first game, and I think it's already more contact than we've seen in the whole previous match that we've been broadcasting from this court, which was between Yannick Omlor and David Turner.
Well, Andrew, you do a lot of rugby commentating, so all this contact must be exciting you. You know, the rugby season is over now, so at least now you get to see some contact. It's a fantastic angle, this, just to give all the viewers an idea as to how tight these guys hit the ball, how close the ball stays to the wall, how consistently they do it. And that's at the end of the day. Ooh, there we go. Okay, the call's a let there. He felt that Finn Koch had enough time to hit that ball. There was a bit of space there. Ball was tight from Akil Rehman as well, so the referee in that situation wasn't convinced that Finn would have been able to get to the ball and play a winning shot. Goes to the post. He's worked him hard. He's got the advantage here. Great recovery from Akil Rehman. And they take it back to basics and wait for the next loose shot to capitalize on.
Speaking of rugby and comparing sports, I mentioned a bit earlier that in boxing, sometimes opponents are also referred to as dance partners.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, just adapting to the different patterns and rhythms and
style of your opponent's play, right? Yeah, so this is getting very messy at the moment. We're getting let requests after every single point. We'll see if the ref will be putting his foot down and telling the players to start playing the ball instead of looking for the lets. You obviously, as spectators, you want the game to be a spectacle. You don't want the messy games and arguing with refs. But you understand from the players' point of view, if they feel that they don't have the full access to the ball and the right to hit the ball is exactly how they want it, there's a lot at stake for them. Being a 15K There's a lot of prize money at stake. There's a lot of world ranking points at stake for them. So you do understand when they start pushing the ref and looking for those calls. Oh, fantastic drop shot there from Koch. Nice attacking drop, keeping it millimeters above the tin, forcing Akil Rehman to do a full stretch lunge. He wasn't able to get there because that ball was really tight. So well played there from Koch. And this game has started off like a Boeing. Other than the let calls and the requests and stuff, the actual squash has been at a high pace and of a high quality. Andrew, yesterday while we were chatting, you said you have played a bit of squash socially in the past. Watching this, does this encourage you to make a comeback and maybe put your name down for BDO Namibian Open 2026?
JP Brits also asked me that. I'm not so sure, but yeah.
Well, I think, Andrew, with your reporter skills and the way you analyze everything, I think I've never seen you on a sports field before, but at least the way you analyze the game, you should be able to analyze your opponent really well and figure out what shots to play and what his strengths and weaknesses are. It's also the perfect sport to bring your wife and your kids, get them involved. You can play it with them, enjoy the game.
Yeah, it's been interesting hearing Sam Gerrits also relating how he's been playing the game basically since he was 3 years old, and watching his dad since he was basically in the stroller or as a baby.
Yeah. Well, that's also how a lot of squash players start. My father was never a serious squash player. He didn't play many competitions. Same with my mom. They did play some tournaments, but just to have fun. But that's how I grew up. I grew up next to the squash court. Cricket was my main love. But once I retired from cricket, squash became my new love, and it's a sport that my wife enjoys. My daughter plays now, so it's a very nice, fantastic sport for the family to enjoy. Finn moves up ahead there, and the score is now 7-6. As the referee called that ball not up. Once again, that's the second unforced error there in the set from Finn Koch. And once again, at this level, unforced errors, one or two of them in a set can be very costly. Oh, he sent him the wrong way. Surprised we haven't heard Herlu Pretoria saying taxi. When the guys say taxi, that obviously is the local word for or term for when you send your opponent the wrong way. And that's exactly what he did there. At this point in time, Akil is really mixing it up very nicely. Oh, great there. Great boast from Finn Koch, putting it into the nick. So, yeah, Akil has been playing a very interesting game. I think it's a very good game. But mixing it up, he'll boast and then he'll drive, then he'll cross court. So he's not playing many consistent, repetitive shots. You know, normally we saw it in the start of the set, where they were driving and driving and driving and driving. But the last few points has been a lot of cross courts and boasts, trying to move Finn from every corner of the court. As you see what I mean, as he starts off with a cross court there, then he drives, and then he plays a cross court drop. So it's been a lot of variations in this second half of the set. Van Koch moves back into the lead at 9-8. He'll be serving from the left, I believe. The third unforced error, and you can see what I meant at the beginning of the set, Andrew. He's made 3 unforced errors. Akil hasn't made any, and you see how close the score is. Oh, that's tight. Very tight shot there by Van Koch. You can see the fist pump, how happy he is. That takes him to game ball at 10-9, so he'll want to make sure he sticks to the basics. Oh, he tins it. You won't be happy with that. That's the 4th tin of the set, and that takes the score to 10-all. Tiebreaker, winner must win by 2 clear shots. So at this point in time, first to 12. Oh, it's a great drop. Oh, yes, that's a great rally. Finn dominated that one from the word go. He's now got another game ball at 11-10. Finn's not happy with that call, but I think it's shows a fishing reel there. But I think it's a fair call at this point of the game. The game's very close. Akil can't afford to lose the point. And if you're not sure if your opponent's in or out of your swing, that's generally better to just play the safe shot. Fantastic movement by both players, and it's a great length. Akil fetching that ball, having to do a deep lunge to fetch that boast towards the backhand corner from Van Koch, returning it with a wide cross court, putting it in the back neck, and Van Koch unable to get that ball out. So it's a great shot there, and that moves the score back to 11-all. So the tiebreaker continues. Oh. Oh no. I think that was the first unforced error we've seen from Akil Rehman in this set. Hands on knees is generally a sign of tiring. So I wasn't expecting to see Akil on his hands and knees. He is extremely fit. You can look at those calves from the screen here. It looks like he'll kickstart the donkey cart. Counter drops coming in. Oh! Crowd loves that shot. Ball was in the back neck and he played a cross-court drop. Deep on the forehand side of the court, playing a backhand shot into that corner, hitting the neck and the ball coming out there. You could see the happiness when he hit that ball, the fist pump cheering the crowd on, getting them to cheer for him. That was a fantastic start to the match. 20 minutes for the first set. In this heat at altitude, that's tough on anyone.
Yeah, quite an intense first 20 minutes of this match. And 60 seconds left for the players to return to the court. So speaking of the contact that we've seen so far in this match, I remember one club rugby match some years ago when Wolfie Dievenage and Rudy van Vieren was still playing here.
Wolfie Dievenage, yeah.
And I think they were playing there at United. Rudy van Vieren was on the sideline, and it so happened that Wolfie Dievenage, who used to play flank and we once captained Namibia once or twice.
Yeah, I remember.
There was just a sort of a ball on the ground, and and Wolfie picked it up and just smashed into the players in front of him, and the referee also happened to get in front of him, and so he sort of smashed him into that whole contact situation there. And Rudy van Vieren from the sideline was calling it roll away tackler at the referee.
Calling to the referee. Yeah, so is Finn Koch on the way to pull off another upset? Let's see now. He ended up pulling that one off 12. It was 12-10, I think, in the end there, and or 13-11 at least. And Akil was the one with his hands on the knees a little bit more, so he looked a bit more worn down than Finn did, which is interesting to see. So let's see what comes of the second set. Akil is extremely experienced, so he's more than likely going to change his game. Yes, he starts off with a very wide cross court, whacking that ball into the nick. Finn just smiled and waved as that ball went past him. There was nothing he could do. Oh! Finn showing a little sarcastic Aina kind of sign there. Realizes how he taxied his opponent, sent him the wrong way. Oh, no. It's only the second unforced error that we've seen from Akil in this match. Oh no. Is this a sign of the wheels coming off? Suddenly a few mistakes, looking tired. There he goes, trying to get his head back into it, shake it off. And that's the thing with squash, it's a real momentum game. As soon as you lose that momentum and you lose focus for 30 seconds, those 30 seconds can cost you 2 or 3 points, and before you know it, you're under pressure and you got to change your game up and maybe play a bit more aggressively. But there he played an amazing volley drop, which was already quite a tight shot from Finn. Put that ball millimeters above the tin, and yeah, so let's see if, hope for Akil's sake, that's the shot he needed to get back into it. Once again, a lot more of sending the ball in all different directions, particularly from Rehman. Oh, there we go, sent him the wrong way. Finn acknowledging the shot, give him a pat on the back. Fantastic shot there from Akil Rehman, and the score gets back to 3-all. As we look at other scores, Mohamed Goha, the tournament's number 5, beating Blessing Muwati from Zimbabwe. I guess that's not a surprise. Goha being the number 5 player in the team, or in the tournament at least. Blessing being unseeded. But Blessing is a strong player. He's been playing at this level for a long time as well. A lot of experience. But yeah, Goa comes from a squash family. His sister played in the World Juniors in 2014 here. She lost in the semis. But that time she held the record of winning the World Juniors. Winning the World Juniors the most times. I think she had won it 3 times in a row before that year. And from there she went on to be the #1 lady squash player in the world for many years. So it's a very, very good squash family that he comes from. And he's another player that'll be hoping to put his stamp on the tournament and pull through and win the event. He'll have a tough match tomorrow. I believe he'll be playing Yannick. Yannick Omlor, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
In the PSA.
In the PSA. So he will be, we're having a look at it now. Yannick having beaten David Turner from Australia and Mohammed beating Blessing Muwati. So they'll get each other tomorrow at 10-8 tomorrow night. So Yannick Omlor from the Netherlands, from Germany, the #3 the seed in the tournament, will be taking on the #5 Mohammed Gohar in that quarterfinal. That promises to be an absolute mouth-watering occasion. As we head back into the match here, get our focus on this match. Once again, very little to separate these two players. As the score moves on to, I believe it'll be 6-all now, or was it 5-6? 5-6. Oh no. Great recovery then. Oh, it was tight. Very tight. Finn enjoying that, showing a fist pump to his colleagues, the fellow Germans in the crowd, which would be Yannick Omlor and his opponent from yesterday, Jan Wipperforth. I got told yesterday we're pronouncing his surname wrong, so we'll have to figure that one out. So to all of our viewers, please guys, the link is on the Wondrous Squash Facebook page. Please leave your comments. Tell us what you think of the commentary of the squash. Do you think the guys are playing at a high level? Do you think they could be playing better? Do you think you could be playing better than them? What do you think? And what do you think of this kind of squash coming to the shores of Namibia? As Finn Koch starts to move away, giving a little fist pump. A little bit of a Mustafa Al-Zal going on there, showing everyone how impressed he is with that amazing cross-court nick. Takes the score up to 9-6. So on the other court in front of us, Andrew, we've got John Anderson warming up. He's South African. I think he's number 5 in South Africa. He's going to be taking on Dewald van Niekerk, South Africa's number 1. Should be an amazing game of squash. We had Arno Dickman taking John Anderson on last night. No surprises there with John winning that match, but I think Arno really held his own, made himself proud. And I mean, for him to take on a guy of John Anderson's caliber the way it did was really phenomenal. So I think Arno, if you're listening, I think you and the Namibian public can all be proud of the way you played last night. As Rehman makes a comeback, he was 7-9 down. He's now moved all the way back to 10-9, and he has now got game ball and has the advantage. You can see both players with their hands on the knees now. Lungs are clapping, legs are getting tired. Oh, and Finn Koch plays an incredibly tight shot there. Takes it to the second tiebreak of the match.
John Anderson's next match will be on this court against his countryman Dewald van die Kerk. That will be the next match that we will be bringing to you. The match to follow this one.
I must say, Finn Koch pulls this one. Oh my word, he's beaten him again. Akil looks to be like he's struggling now, and I think you don't want to jinx these things, but my feeling would be if Finn does take this set, I can't see Akil coming back from this. It just looks like the humidity and the heat might be catching up to him. Energy levels he's moving well, but in between points he looks really gets taxied, sent the wrong way. Yannick is extremely happy, and if he does win this, makes it through to the third round, that is going to do wonders for his world rankings and his confidence. And as a youngster, that's great. I think last year, being a 9K, he lost in the second round to Sam Gerrits. If he can be playing an even bigger tournament this year and make it through to the third round, well, kudos to him, and that's great progress for his game. He does get coached by Rafael Kandra, former top 10 player in the world, Germany's number 2. So he gets coached by the best. And yeah, Rafael, if you're watching this, well done. Your player is looking fantastic, and compared to where he was last year to this year, it's amazing to see. So I look forward to see Finn progressing well and doing well over the next few years. But let's remind ourselves, this match isn't over. Akil comes with a lot of experience. He's played a lot of very high-level squash. So I wouldn't put away a good comeback and a good fight back from Rehman. Even if he doesn't take the set, I'm sure he's going to go guns blazing. I mean, both sets were still tiebreakers and could have gone either way. Right, the players make their way back. Andrew, what do you think? Do you see a comeback? Or do you think Finn's going to hold his own in this third set?
Yeah, I think Finn will be looking to kill the game off from this position.
Stroke given. So that point in time is the right call. Akil definitely did milk it to make it look a bit worse than it was. But yeah, a stroke is a stroke at the end of the day. It's fantastic to see. We've got the two courts running next to each other. Obviously the stream only on the one court, but it's lovely seeing that both courts are full. On the Fabu Farm court, we've got the two Egyptians against each other. Abdullah Amir he's the number 8 in the seed in the tournament. He played in the NAM Open last year, as well as the All Africa Championships, which followed the following week, where in the NAM Open, BDO Namibian Open, I think he lost in the third round, and then in the All Africa he made it through to the finals, where he eventually lost to the eventual winner, Dewald van Niekerk. Hazem Hossam, is one of the younger guys. I believe he's 22 or 23 years old. He has been playing unbelievable squash, and I did speak to him the other day. Obviously, Abdullah Amir is the higher ranked player, but Hazem said there's no ways he's losing. So he went into that game with a lot of confidence, as Rehman plays a fantastic drive down the wall, plays it short, hits the nick. Nothing that Finn Koch could do about that. So back to the game next door, just to give an update on the scores. Hazem took that first set in 14 minutes, winning 11-6. And the second set, they've been playing for 9 minutes, and the score is 8-7 to Abdullah Amir. So that game also finally in the balance. Rehman playing a very nice backhand drop shot. He won't be happy with that one.
So Stephen, from the perspective of the organizers, I think obviously the two most obvious things that motivate players to enter for a tournament like this would be the prize money and also the world ranking points. So the level where this tournament is at right now, do you see it moving up in the future, or is it basically just to maintain that level and to make the tournament grow and take it forward?
Yeah, and Andrew, it's a very good question. It's a very tough question to answer, though. We are at an amazing level, world-class level. But yeah, oh my word. Sorry, Andrew, we'll get back to that now. But for those viewers, now that is what you call a nick. That ball went for lawn bowls. That was rolling all day. Yeah, so Andrew, we need at this point in time, the discussions are that we want to increase the sponsorships so that we can use that money to develop our club more. You can see what wonderful courts we have, brand new floors, the walls, everything is top notch. But to grow the tournament, we need more courts, and we would like to build another court, but another court's going to cost us. Sure, I would like to say close to $2 million Namibian dollars. So at this point in time, the chat is that we grow the sponsorship so that we can develop and increase our tournament and get more entries, get more Namibians taking part. The more locals take it. That is a very nice drop shot nick there from Koch again. But yeah, Andrew, we want to grow the numbers. We've got a lot of players that are playing in a tournament for the first time in their life, in the sort of D divisions and E divisions, C divisions. And hopefully those guys work their way up and start competing against the B and C division players. And through that we start getting new players taking part in the events who then come in as the D division players then. But then we're going to need more courts, and we're only going to grow our squash if we increase our numbers. Sven Koch starts with his fight back in this set. He was 8-5 down. He brings it to 7-8. So Andrew, it's a catch-22. We do want to bring in stronger players and really put Namibia on the map, which I think we have already done. But the bigger the tournament, the more likely, the more people are going to start talking about Namibia. Not just Namibia squash, but Namibia as a country, Namibia as a sports hub, Namibia as a tourist destination. So there's more about it than meets the eye, you know. And if the PSA World Squash start seeing the effort and that Namibia Squash is putting into their tournaments, especially as an African country where the PSA wants the game to grow, we will hopefully start moving into their favor and maybe getting more tournaments or getting more funding. I don't know how all these things work, but the main thing is we've got to do it right, do it perfectly, and then we'll start getting the recognition. And I think that's already started. If we didn't host an amazing tournament last year, we wouldn't be able to host this tournament this year. As Rehman moves up to game ball, he's looking extremely tired, but he is 10-7 up. So you can see during the rallies, during the sets, he's not slowing down. Oh my word. That'll be rolling all the way back to the changing room, all the way back to Okohania. That is the best roller you're going to see. As our juniors walk on court, start sweeping up all the sweat, drying it up. See, the sweat on court obviously makes slippery patches. And Russo, just so that our viewers understand why they're doing it. I mean, they'd obviously be thinking there's no more dust, it's more drying up all the sweat spots, making sure there's no slippery areas, making the conditions the most perfect and ideal available possible for the players. So we spoke about that at the beginning of the set. We didn't really see Akil coming back and pulling off another set. But he is looking tired, so let's see. I don't know if he can pull off another two. Looking at the two players sitting on the pavilion in front of us, Akil sitting on his own. He doesn't have anyone giving him any advice or tips or what he's doing right or what he's doing wrong. He's obviously alone here from Austria, whereas Finn sitting up front with his German teammates, and they're giving him tips and advice on what they think he should be doing. And at this level, when you've got guys in your corner like that, then it definitely makes a big difference. Helps you get your head right in those 2 minutes rest. Reset your focus. And obviously Sam Wipperfurth, who's sitting in his corner there, has played Akil many times on the PSA circuit in Europe, in local leagues in Germany and Austria. So they've met each other a few times. So he also will be telling Finn about Akil's strengths and weaknesses and what he thinks can be done and should be done.
Yeah, it's been interesting seeing Akil Rehman in between points, standing hands on his knees. I don't know if it's just a tactic or because his energy level has been sort of increasing as the match went on.
For sure, his movement on court is looking really good. Oh, Finn won't be happy with that start. That'll be a let, yep. Akil's not happy with that call, but there's no guarantee that he was getting to that ball to play a winning shot. So Oh, there we go. Some really good racket skills there from both players in those two shots. Sneaky little boast there from Koch. But Rehman was up to the task. He read that like a book and sent that ball to the other side of the court, making sure that Koch would have to run from front left to back right, but he took the pace off and the ball died in the back corner. Oh, well read. Koch saying the ball was down. Score moves on to 3-love to Rehman. Oh! Cut that ball off beautifully, volley drop. So yesterday when Finn played against Jan, his fellow countryman, he won that match 3-1, but 3 of those sets he was, if I remember my scores correctly, it was 7-love up in the one and 8-1 up twice. He ended up losing the one set when he was 7-love up, he lost that set, and the other 2 when he was 8-1 up, he allowed his opponent back into the match, and the match ended up, both sets went up into tiebreakers or very close too, so he'll be wary of that. He won't want to, well, obviously he's 4-1 down at this point in time, but you won't want to let him run away with that, because that's pretty much what happened yesterday. Lapse in concentration, letting his opponent back into the game. He'll want to stay focused and get his head right, because I don't think he'll want to take this to the 5th. If this does go to the 5th, then Akil Rehman will have all the momentum. Obviously, he might have lost the first 2 sets, but he's won 2 sets in a row, and he will be the one with confidence. So Finn Koch will definitely want to give the set everything as he plays a counter drop. Rehman not happy with the way he's pushing him. Rehman saying as he ran past him, he pushed him out the way. Not happy with that. Finn Koch shrugging his shoulders, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Rehman begging the ref to please watch. The referee for the match is David Turner from Australia, who played in the previous match. I almost felt like Akil changed direction looking for that stroke. Oh no, Finn. Finn's starting to make a lot of basic errors. You can hear his teammates spurring him on from the back there. Just walking to the wall, wiping the sweat, trying to get his head right and reset. Oh, sent him the wrong way. Akil Rehman going for the backhand drop there. Finn up to the task, sending the ball the other direction, saying, sorry mate, this bus is full. There we go, good length, nice and tight. Right, so he'll definitely want to keep the momentum now, as Rehman's made a couple of mistakes.
So as the boxing promoters always say, styles make fights.
Yeah. Oh no. Turning into a bit of a messy set, this one. Lots of basic mistakes. Oh, good drive. Oh, this time Rehman sending Koch the wrong way. Takes the lead to 8-4. He'll want to make sure that he finishes this one strongly to move into the 5th. But can Koch come back? He definitely doesn't want this to go into a 5th. However, he also doesn't want to overexert himself and go into that 5th tired. So what does he decide? What is he going to do? Is he going to go flat out, tire himself out? Okay, he takes that point. It goes to 5-8 now. You heard the crowd enjoying that one. I must say, the guys have really hit some good nicks in this match. Going for the lob, putting it at the back. Oh, it's a very good lob. The ball just stuck to the glass like putty, and Akil couldn't get that ball out. No, this set has come alive again. It's now 7-8 to Finn Koch. Finn playing through Rehman, they're going for the ball. But yeah, it was a good shot, nice and tight, nice and dead. Finn unable to reach that. 9-7. Rehman definitely does not. So it looks like there was a let call there. Finn not happy with the call. It's often the challenge at this level of squash, when the calls become tough and they become 50-50. If he had given a stroke to Finn, for example, then Rehman would have been extremely upset. Oh, that is a fantastic shot. Very, very good shot. Killed that right there up front there. Finn won't be happy with that one. The ball was loose. He had the chance to play a good volley there. He didn't even hit that down. The ball almost hit his own toes. It went straight into the ground. As you said, Andrew, Akil definitely looks like he's stepped into third gear, picking up the tempo, picking up the consistency, and he takes that set and it moves to 11-8. Sets are 2-all, and we move into another 5-setter. This match has gone on for 51 minutes already in this heat, in this out. Luckily it's raining a little bit, or been raining a little bit outside, but it's been an absolutely exhausting game of squash. On court 2, we've got Abdullah Amir against Hazem Hossam. The two Egyptians, they're still in the third set after playing for 42 minutes. Sets are 1-all. Abdullah took the second set, and Hazem now leads 7-2 in the third. 8-2 it is now. So it looks like that one's running away a little bit. The first two sets went for 14 and then 19 minutes, with the third set at 8-2 after 5 minutes. In our current match, 51 minutes, the first set was 11-13, 19 minutes. That's where they were testing each other out, feeling their length, or finding their lengths, getting their eyes in, getting those legs nice and warmed up, but also looking for their opponent's weaknesses. So that was 13-11 to Finn Koch. Second one went for 10 minutes, 12-10 again to Koch, but then 11-7 in 7 minutes and 11-8 in 9 minutes to Akil Rehman.
So still 2 matches to come after this. So as we said, John Anderson from South Africa against Dewald van Niekerk after this one. Dewald van Niekerk, the second seed in this tournament. And then the last match of the evening will be Taufik Mekalfi from France up against Ali Tolba from Egypt, who I think you've pointed out to be possibly a dark horse in this tournament.
100%, yeah. Yeah, look, John Anderson against Dewald is going to be a good game. I just think Dewald is he's on such another level compared to the rest of the South Africans. I think he's going to be simply too strong. Whereas Taufik Mekalfi, the number 1 seed, little man, very little man. He's about 5'5", but he moves like a Jack Russell across the squash court. And Ali Tolba, coming off a very successful tournament in London recently, where he beat 2 players in the top 50 and 60 in the world, ranked higher than McAuliffe and Deovault in the world, and he beat them both quite convincingly. So his world ranking is only 276th, but he's proven to everyone that he can take on the best in the world. So it's going to be a good match, and I'm really, really excited to watch that one, and can't wait to see how the youngster takes on the higher ranked player. Oh, it's fantastic fetching. Both players. Oh! Rehman querying the one pickup up front there, but I think both of them are good. And Koch takes an early lead of 2-0. So Rehman only getting a let there. And I think he was happy with the ref's call there. Obviously the ref pretty much saying, listen, there was actually enough space to have played that ball. Oh no, Finn will not be happy with that at all. You can see him talking to himself, telling himself to refocus, forget about that silly shot, because he had all the time in the world to win that point, and that's the most frustrating. And if that ends up costing him, it's a very good shot there. Okay, as long as he can put that previous shot out of his mind and carry on and play the great squash that he started this set with. Oh no. Very good boast. It was a very difficult reach for him. But once again, you don't want to be hitting the tins in this situation. Oh, a tin there from Rehman this time. Lads are definitely tiring. It's been an incredibly tiring match. Exhausting match. I think maybe the hands on the knees is just a normal ploy from Rehman. Maybe that's not a sign of tiring, because he's been doing it all match and his pace on court doesn't seem to be slowing down. Still fetch. Oh my word, that's a good drop shot. That ball stuck to that corner like elephant snot. No ways Koch was going to get that out of there.
Of course, Akil Rehman had a bye during yesterday's opening day.
Oh. Very happy with that shot. Yeah, it was a bit of a Dazuki there. Not a full one, but he went for it. Reverse cross-court boast, and he hit that into the nick. Very risky shot to play, but when you get it right, it looks amazing. Yeah, as you were saying, Andrew, he did have a bye yesterday. He can count for you and against you, because he did have the rest day, but obviously he didn't have a slightly easier game to get his eye in, whereas Koch did do that. So, can go both ways. If he does make it through this game, it will probably count in his favor, though, because he will have only played one match compared to other guys that might have played 3. Oh, it's very good running, very good movement, but Koch unable to get there. This set is still entirely in the balance at 4-5. Oh, there we go. That was the opportunity. Unfortunate there for Rehman. He went for the right shot, but when that ball comes out of the corner, it really can damage everything. Very good length, very tight ball there. He's moved past now, he's moving forward, he's onto 7-5. Rehman cannot afford to make another silly mistake, or any mistakes now. Oh, he put that across. Rehman really under pressure now. Played the unexpected cross court there, slightly wrong-footed Rehman slightly, and yeah, he wasn't able to turn around quickly enough to get that ball out of the back corner. Okay, Rehman returns the favor. Cross-court nick. I think the nerves and the testosterone and the intensity is really pumping now. From here onwards, these boys are going to be putting everything on the line. Beautiful squash. Oh, he's hit that out. Oh, 7-8. Game's back in the balance. Stroke given. It's the right call. Koch not happy. But obviously it's also a situation of the match where probably a bit of frustration boiling over. Oh, it's tight. Very tight. Not too sure what the argument is about there, but I think it's also got a lot to do with the stress that he's obviously under and the pressure that he's under. Some other form of contact, and when something doesn't go your way at this point in time, Rehman won't be happy with that mistake. At 9-8 up in the fifth, you want to make sure that those stick. Even if you'd rather give him an easy shot to return than hit those tins. So, yeah, he won't be happy with that. But 9-all in the fifth. How long has this match been going on for now? Let's have a look. 62 minutes. Andrew, you asked me that just before this match started about me reffing that previous match. That happens very often in squash matches at this level. And as we head into the 64th minute, Koch moves up to 10-9. If he does win this point, you are going to see an amazing high level of celebration. Oh no, Koch, not happy with that. You don't want to make those mistakes at this point of the match. The game goes into another tiebreaker, and that's been what this match has been about all match. Extremely tight between the two, extremely intense. Oh no. Is he falling apart now at this stage of the game? 2 silly tins in a row after he had match ball. And this time, if Rehman wins the point, he's going to have a massive shout of celebration and relief. There it is. Finn won't want to do anything fancy now, just do the pay. Oh. He went the wrong way. That'll be a no-let. That's a no-let, and that takes it to 11-all, ladies and gentlemen. What a game of squash. Player must win by 2 points once again. Oh, he's going for those fancy shots at this time of the game. Oh, it was tight. Oh, no. Both players putting everything into it now. Oh, he nicks it at this time of the game. After having game ball, match ball, he tinned it twice. And at this vital stage of the match, he plays a nick in the front left corner like that. What a shot, Finn Koch. Let's see if he can follow through now and keep his nerve. Oh, Finn's under pressure now. He's worked his way back into it, putting everything on the line. You can hear those cries of anguish. He doesn't want to lose this point. He's got it. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen. We are witnessing a game for the ages. Both players are knackered. 12-all in the fifth. 65 minutes of squash. Who's going to hold out the longest? We've just got a new ice bath in the changing rooms. I think these guys are both... Oh no, it's a stroke. Both of these guys are going to be spending at least 10 minutes in that ice bath tonight recovering. Rehman now has match ball. Is he going to hold out? Is he going to hold his nerve? Or is Finn Koch going to fight back? Ooh. Big call. Big call. Stroke ball. Rehman takes it. He wins 14-12 in the fifth. And the crowd gives a massive and well-deserved round of applause to both players. As Akil Rehman goes down on his hands and knees to say thank you, Finn Koch can be proud of an amazing game of squash and an amazing tournament. He might not have made it past the second round, but he nearly took out another tournament favorite after yesterday's big surprise where he beat his fellow countryman, someone that he's never beaten before. But at the end of the day, Akil Rehman comes back after losing the first two sets, 13-11, 12-10. In 30 minutes, he came back and won the next three, 7-11, 8-11, 12-14, with a 13-minute humdinger in the fifth. His nerve, or is Finn Koch going to fight back? Ooh, big call, big call. We see that call there. Stroke, definitely the right call. Unfortunately for Finn, you could see it was a tired shot. Ooh. But yeah, have a look at that. Yeah, he was in his swing. He was in his swing. That's the right call. Andrew, catch your breath.
It's been a pleasure, Stephen.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks so much. I hope all of your games aren't like this. You're going to have lost a lot more hair by the end of this evening if you got two more matches like that.
Yeah, up next, as we said, John Anderson to play Dewald van Niekerk, the two South Africans. Should be a tight match as well. And then the number one seed in the tournament, the first time we'll see him in action from France.
That'll be the match of the tournament, I'm sure. However, on the court next door, we still got the Egyptians are still taking each other on. Just to give an update on that score. Scores are 2-all. Abdallah Amir lost the first one, 6-11. Then he won the next one, 11-8. He lost the third one, 9-11, but he won the fourth, 11-2. And at this point in time, in the fifth set, Hazem Hossam is up, leading 2-love. So Andrew, I'm going to love and leave you. I'm going to go and watch that game, and we'll chat soon.
Thank you, Stephen. All the best.
Off air.
We're live.
Oh, we're live. Okay.
Yeah, another round of 16 match here at the BDO PSA Namibian Open tournament here in Windhoek. Our next match between these two highly ranked South Africans, Dewald van die Kerk, the number 2 seed for the tournament, and John Anderson in the white shirt. I'm joined here in the commentary box by Michael Lombard, I believe.
Yes, good evening. Good evening to you and to everyone listening. This should be an interesting match. I'm just checking to see how many times these two have played. They've definitely trained together, but I'm not sure if they've played a match at the PSA level yet. Dewald is 28 years old. He is the South African number 1. John Young is either 20 or 21 years old. He's up and coming, hungry. He's improving fast, training a lot. And he's based in Johannesburg. Anyway, Dewald had a bye into tonight's match. John Anderson played a local Namibian hero. Arnu went up in 4 games last night. So these two players have played twice before, but was quite a while ago. It was in 2023 and 2022. And at that point, John was still a junior, and Dewald's game, he had not really yet been up to the United Kingdom where he was training with Nick Matthew. So this should be interesting. I think Dewald will probably be favored to take this match, but John will... Yeah, he'll be keen to put a cat amongst the pigeons here. So let's see how this goes. Off we go. For our viewers watching, the ball is absolutely flying around. Windhoek is at altitude, this is in the summer, so that's to be expected, but it's hard to explain just how difficult it is to hit a winner, especially against a fit player who moves well. We've seen that in the other matches. Oh, that's a nice winner there by John. And he's on the board. Looks like Dewald's broken his strings in the first point of the match. So I certainly expect we'll see some attritional rallies, long points as this first game gets underway. Both these two players played in the South African National Championships in August. Dewald won that title and John came 6th. That just out of court there. So good start for the youngster from Joburg here. I think we can hear some of the voices of the players on the court next door to the Egyptian players. Abdullah Amr and Hazem Hassam, they're deep in a 5th game. Into this long rally we go here. First mage one of the match. Loose drop from John, but he recovers. It's a nice finish there from Dewald. That's not a shot he was playing too much about 2-3 years ago, so we can see the difference it's made to his game being based in the United Kingdom and his PSA ranking steadily rising over the last couple of years. got a chance there mid-court. Ah, it's tight work there. So Van Niekerk's just come from the All Africa Games. This was in Uganda, so he'll be tournament sharp. And the chance goes deep, didn't find his length. Loose. John was saying to me he was struggling to breathe on court last night. That certainly is something that you've got to get used to when you play at altitude. Oh, that's a nice change of direction there by Dewald.
So you said something about Dewald in the African Games? Or?
Yes, I believe he lost in the final there. They were in Kampala. Also very humid, difficult conditions. So I think that he will be used to the heat and how hot the ball is. Very different to the type of coastal games that you might play. But then again, John is from Johannesburg, so he's used to playing at altitude. But even though he is based from there, he still was saying to me last night that he finds it hard to breathe here at Windhoek. It's very dry. Here we go, another long rally. You can see John just trying to slow things down a little bit. If he does that, he has to be accurate. Chance from there. And he finds a tin. I don't think that's a bad tactic from Anderson to be trying to look to slow things down. He's just got to make sure that he's accurate, or else Van Niekerk will volley and put him under pressure. And the reverse angle comes in. That's nice from Van Niekerk there. He's controlling the middle well here in this rally. You can just see how he's moving Anderson from corner to corner, but he finds the tin. He won't mind that too much, I don't think. He'll be infuriated by the mistake, but he did make his younger opponent do quite a lot of work there. If that's the template for the type of rally that he will produce, oh, great finish, and applauded there by John. What have you been making of some of these professional matches so far this evening?
This previous match between
Akil, Rehman and Van Koch, yeah.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of contact in the first set. You could say it was, I think, more than just in the first few points, more than in the whole of the previous match, I think. But it's interesting watching the different styles of every player.
Yes, and certainly agreed. I think the players and both we and the players were distracted by the shot. Emotions high on court 2 right now. Nice turn by Dewald. So we just head into the mid stage of this game here. 6-5. That's nice defensive work there by John. He's looking for the fade cross court. Didn't quite find it. Dear, that'll probably be a stroke. Yep. Okay, I think that match next door was just ended. Players having a laugh there. That's a nice shot there from John. Covered well.
So in the court just next to this one, the result that just finished. So between the two Egyptians, the number 8 seed Abdullah Amir progressing 3 sets to 2 after 72 minutes, an exhausting match against his countryman Azim Hossam.
Chance for Dewald. And again, go straight, yeah. Nice combination there. Good. See, Dewald found a good length there, and that allowed him to go short. It's tough to find a good length on this court. They just went out of court there. Now Dewald Finikak 9-6 up into this first game. He looks in complete control. Yeah, it's a nice tight counter drop there. And that gives the second seed 4 game balls, like this first opening game. Up goes the lob. Oh, it's a great length. And the winner, now Dewald Finikak leads 1 game to love.
So Miguel, you also played in this tournament yesterday in the first
Yes, that's
round.
right. I was originally not in the PSA, but because there was a withdrawal, I was able to, or they asked me to play, and I've played a couple of PSA events before, so I thought, why not? I played Yuri Harpers, who had a long 5-set match with Damien Groenewald earlier today. Tough match for me yesterday, not my best. It's tough conditions, but there's another event that starts tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes.
Okay, so for tomorrow, let's see. So you're drawn tomorrow against. Let me see.
I think I'm playing the young Francois from Namibia tomorrow, if the draw doesn't change. So that should be a...
Oh, Francois Hanekom,
that's right.
14-year-old.
Yes,
Okay.
that should be interesting. It's always fun playing juniors to see how they can cope with the demands and the difficulties of the senior game. But I was actually on call with him earlier this week, and he seems like a nice young man, so that should be a nice match. Certainly playing a good level for his age, and for someone who's grown up here, that's very impressive. What did you make of that first game?
Yeah, Francois Hanekom yesterday also had his moments against a tough opponent from Egypt. So yeah, he also played really well, despite being eliminated then in the round of 32.
And of this first game in this match?
Yeah, Dewald van die Kerk looking very composed.
Yeah, he does have quite a composed style. He's worked a lot on his attacking game, which is good strength from there. I can just see how hard it is to finish a rally here. That's great work there from John and Dale van der Sen. You can see John there cries on in frustration. It's not the first or second time that Devil has caught him with that particular shot. He's not reading it well. He is quite an expressive player, John Anderson. You'll hear a couple of comments from him as he plays. He's still quite young, so some of the younger guys do have a tendency to get quite frustrated with themselves if they feel they make mistakes. Not quite sure what he's asking for here. Maybe just for the score, which is 2-1. But lucky there for Van Niekerk, but again, it's that shift from deep left to deep right that's doing damage to John Anderson. But if he'll be annoyed with that post error. So the early lead for John Anderson gone. As we settle back into this battle down the backhand wall. Up goes the lob. Oh, shot. And a good pickup from John there. Oh, that's a great shot from Van Niekerk there, but well returned by Anderson. Great defensive work. John just sneaking over there, but too far across the middle. I think if Diewold had gone straight, they might have hit him. Anyway, he is a tad fortunate there. And 3-all in the second game. He'll want to establish himself in the second game, John. Try to get a lead. See, both players are varying the speeds of their length. Oh, that's a great line there by Anderson. He squeezed it into the side wall.
Have you played in this Windhoek tournament previously?
No, this is my first time playing. These courts are quite nice. The floors have been redone recently, I believe. They're still a little bit slippery, which is not ideal for the player, as Diewold asks. Gets a stroke, loose ball by John. That's the danger of that shot. If you go for a winning drop into the neck, but it comes out too much, players with this skill will be able to create a stroke scenario, especially at this altitude. It doesn't look like there's been too many movement issues tonight because of the slippery floor, which is fantastic. Because the floor does look very nice. And that goes out. Yes, and a great change up there. This time, the shot that he's been using so well from the back left, he's done it from the back right. That is something that, even though it's faster here at altitude, if you can make your opponent turn and the ball dies in the back corner, that's an effective cross-court length from deep, which is hard to do at the coast. Chance for Dewald, misses his length. This camera angle here. Chance for John. And he's made the mistake. I can see he's frustrated with himself there. He had a lot of time. Have you seen either of these two players play before?
No, I wasn't really involved with our broadcast in last year's tournament. I think Dewald reached the final, if I'm correct.
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
Lost in the final.
Have you commented on squash before?
Not really. No, I think first time was like yesterday.
Okay. But sometimes it is a pair of fresh eyes can give you obvious insight sometimes that people who are more experienced do not. So what do you make of the professional game so far?
Yeah, I think there's obviously more to it than what you always see on screen, and just to judge from that.
That is
true.
But
yeah, so some of the long rallies that we've seen, I think it's a very skillful game. Obviously, shot selection and decision making comes into it.
Yeah, and you've got to do that quickly, which is one of the challenges of the sport. It's so fast, and if you make the wrong decision, it can go from giving an advantage up sometimes to even becoming the instrument of your demise, if you want to put it that way. But Dewald here with a comfortable lead, even though John is within striking distance at 5-8. If Anderson can get that, yeah, he's annoyed with himself again there.
I guess your path have crossed with both of these two guys in the past.
I've played Dewald quite a few times. There was a period where I had never lost to him. I had won both of my first two matches against him. And then he improved enormously, and I've lost every single one of those since then. I haven't won a game. So yeah, he took those early defeats maybe, but he wanted to reverse those, which he's done. But he's improved enormously well, so he's got a good career ranking now. I've not yet played John. I hope to get the chance soon. He's a nice player coming up. That's a good boast. A lot of work here for John. It's a good tight winner there by Dewald van Niekerk. Second seed, looks in control. 2 games to love. This next match between the top seed, will that be on this court afterwards?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we'll be broadcasting that one as well. Yeah.
So there's one more match between the top seed, the Frenchman Tufik Mekalfi, and his Egyptian opponent Ali Toba, who's warming up right in front of us.
Yeah, Ali Toba played yesterday against Sebastian Hofman from Nederland.
You pronounce that like you speak Dutch.
It's kind of on purpose, I guess. So,
yeah.
Yeah. So you're from Cape Town, I believe.
I live in Cape Town. I'm from Pretoria originally. So familiar with the way that the altitude, let's say, form of squash is different to the coastal version, but I've lived in Cape Town since 2010.
think you've built up quite a good record there in Western Province squash.
Yeah. The last couple of years, I had to do my time and serve a lengthy apprenticeship, and some of our older experienced players have retired. But I've had some good wins the last couple of years. We've got a good bunch of young guys at the moment, and there are some good younger players coming through too. So I'll have to stay on my toes and train well if I'm to continue winning. But for me, playing in the provincial team is the most important thing. So yeah, if we have a good bunch of players there who play well on that team, that's for me what I enjoy. These two players, of course, do also play. Deerwold plays for South African Country Districts, which is a loose, for those who are not South African, that is a loosely joined federation of smaller provincial federations that then play together. And then John Anderson, he lives in Johannesburg, and then he plays for Johannesburg Squash as well, or what we used to call Central Gauteng in the old days. Both of their respective teams are very strong. Oh, that's a great shot there by John. Will fade. Up goes the lob. It's high work by John, but recovered by Van Niekerk. Chance, very short. See John trying to lift the ball into the tin there. Nice two attacks from John, who's got a chance. But Van Niekerk's defense keeping him in this, but the sidewall net has been found, or not. And now he's back on the tee line, Deerwold. And that just goes out. One of the best rallies of the match so far. We can just see there the second seed's defensive prowess. Stayed in that rally and then he won it. Just into the tin there. So Van Niekerk's opened up a brief lead, or a small lead, at the start of this third. Anderson will need to close the gap and do it fast, or else this match will run away from him. Just stays in. Big lunge there by Anderson. But he's hanging tough. He is a fighter, so he'll stay in match as long as he can. A bit of a rash error there. I wonder if that was just a missed timing, because it would be very difficult to go for a drop from there. The second seed looking comfortable. A lot of running for John Anderson. And there's the guess and the finish. It really is now or never from this young player from Joburg. He has to get on the scoreboard and make some progress. Not a bad idea there. He was looking for the combination of the drop and the anticipated volley, but Fanikak's extra wide crosscourt just beating him. That's a lovely length there by John. Mistake. Frustration there from John. He'll feel there's too many mistakes from him tonight. I almost can't believe I just saw that. I've never reverse post into the neck. Both players having a laugh there. I don't think I've ever in all my years of playing and watching squash seen that shot actually end up like that. Someone needs to flag that and have it on replay. As we settle back in, so 3-7. He's done a lot of damage to him there. Oh, it's a great... Oh, he's missed it. Excuse me. We can see again, Fanikak is setting up his points by shifting his tall opponent into the back corners and making him change direction. Looks like John has just decided to free his arm and go for some shots. And it's working for the moment. I do hope someone recorded that reverse angle winner. I'm not exaggerating when I say I've never seen anything like that before. It's almost in the United States they play a hardball form of... John, another fortunate outcome. Players having a laugh there. But that reverse angle winner was almost like a hardball shot that you might get there, not in what we call squash. It's called softball squash in the United States. This is the best. This is by far the best spell of the match for John Anderson, and he's drawn level. This is good mental strength from the youngster, showing he's not going to go away. Maybe just a little bit of a lapse of concentration from Dewald. He's been unfortunate with some of the winners in the last few points. No surprise here that we have a long rally. Neither player will be wanting to make an error at this stage. Anderson asks. Gets a let, 7-all. Good stuff from Van Niekerk. Moving his younger opponent from corner to corner. Gone for the nick there. John missed it. And the rally goes on. And again, you can see that pattern of play has proven to be extremely effective for Van Niekerk. Long rally, this one, punishing. Lunge there from John, and he's in it. And he just keeps on going. Off the back wall. Yes, and there it is. Hard physical rally. See, Anderson is feeling it. Meanwhile, Van Niekerk, he's ready to serve. That rally right there could prove to be fatal in the outcome of this match, you'd think. Let's see what this young man from Johannesburg has up his sleeve. Yeah, he just got himself caught in no man's land there. So 2 points away here from a win. Van Niekerk will want to convert this and not risk the possibility of this going to a fourth game. Just stays in. Loose post. Yeah, it forces the error there. I can hear him saying to himself, stay strong. He won't be happy with that error, and that gives the second seed 3 match points. Yeah, good finish there. Won't go away without a fight here, John. So what does he have left here? He had success in this game by playing a bit more aggressively, as we see him continue to do that here. But that proves to be his undoing. And that's a nice handshake there between the two South African players. But the second seed, Dewald Van Niekerk, is into the quarterfinals here at the BDO Namibian Open for 2025.
So the court being cleaned up from any moisture on the surface for our last match to come, featuring the number 1 seed in the tournament. It's Tuflik McAlfee from France that will be playing against the Egyptian contender Ali Tolba up next. We'll be taking a short break for an advertisement, and we'll be back with this match.
Your millionaire journey starts with a simple step: walking into one of our many convenient JSB shops located right across Namibia, or going online to jsbsports.bet. We've made it easy for everyone. To participate, you need to be a registered, valid and verified JSB account holder, including bank confirmation and ID. You must also be of legal betting age in Namibia and legally permitted to gamble. Ready to turn a small bet into a huge win and join the Millionaire Mania? Let's dive in. The path to the grand prize starts with earning a silver ticket.
For the monthly silver ticket draw, it's simple. Place a $25 or more sportsbook bet to earn one entry within the calendar month. Each subsequent bet of $25 or more earns you an additional entry. Remember, cumulative bets do not count. For example, if you place 2 bets of $15, that won't qualify. Also, void.
Next two guys warming up. The number 1 seed in the tournament in the red shirt from France, born in Toulouse, Taufik McAlfee. He'll be up against Ali Tolba. McAlfee that had a bye yesterday, while Ali Tolba, he got past the challenge of Sebastian Hofman from Netherlands.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so I'm joined here in the commentary box by Andrew Forrest from Wanderers Squash Club.
Hi, Andrew Yacht. Good to meet a fellow Andrew here at the squash courts. It's going to be a fantastic match. I think with Taufik being the number 1 seed, he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders, especially in these conditions that we are having at the moment here in Namibia. But I know Ali Tolba is coming off a real good last week, beating a couple guys in the top 50 in the world. Adrian Waller from England. I think this is going to be an exciting match. Not that we haven't seen any exciting matches tonight, but I think this is going to be the biggest one of the evening. Andrew, what do you take from the previous match with Dierwold being the number 2 seed against John Anderson? I think John played out of his socks there a game. He's also in the top 10 in South Africa. Dierwold being in the top 70 in the world, I think he put up a good fight against the number 2 seed here.
Yeah, definitely. So I think Dierwold looked composed. You could see his level of experience and know-how, as you mentioned.
Yeah, no, I spoke to Dierwold after the second set. He just said, no, he's just trying to feel how the court is playing and how the walls work. I was like, this is on a different level of kind of squash where you're not just playing your opponent, you're actually kind of figuring out how the floor, how the walls how the ball is working in different conditions. So I think like these guys are professional squash players, so they're not just thinking about playing squash, they're thinking about the atmosphere, the environment, everything. I think these two are just going to start, as you see now, they're just going to start playing constructive squash, just feeling each other out, pace down the line, just to see like how everything is going. Players have a very unforced area there from the number 1 seed, but I think this is how the first half of the match is going to go. They're just going to feel each other out, how the player is going to play the ball. I think it's going to be working out to be a very good match. We've got JP Brits here from South Africa, previous national champion as our tournament referee, and I enjoy like having him here because he's a World Squash Federation ref, so he's gonna not take any nonsense from the players at all. He's gonna say it as it is, which is good, so that play is just continuous.
Somebody that was co-commentating with me previously earlier today, can't remember exactly who it was, but mentioned the expectation that McAuliffe, the number 1 seed, he can move like a Jack Russell across the court, despite his diminutive size.
I think that's the advantage. It's an advantage and disadvantage when it comes to like the pro level. When you're tall and you've got the height too, yes, I mean you can get to balls a lot easier and so on. Your strides are a lot less. But when you're at like Taufik and Damien Groenewald, you've got so much options when it comes to being deceptive with the ball, your body positioning and everything. So when that stuff starts coming into play, it can be so deceptive when you're playing against a guy that's a lot taller than you. Like they say, the taller you are, the longer it takes you to turn and the longer it takes you to change direction. So where the shorter you are, you're a lot more agile. You can move a lot more efficient, and also, like you say, he does move like a Jack Russell. Jack Russell is extremely quick on their feet. So now I think it's the commentating that they said earlier is 100% guaranteed correct. As you can see, they just fishing out. There's been a few unforced errors, but they're just fishing each other out. A lot of the balls coming back to the back glass. Constantly just waiting to find the area to capitalize on. I think Ali has got a bit of an uphand here with being a bit more aggressive, going forwards on the court, going for the shorter game a lot earlier than Taufik. It's at the moment right now, I think it's a bit of a stalemate. Not looking at the score line, it's just two different styles of gameplay that they are playing. But I think Taufik will quickly realize that he's not playing the right game, not the right style here, and change his game plan very quickly. Andrew, now tell me, like, how have you found the tournament so far? The last 2 days, a lot more competitive than it was last year?
I actually wasn't involved at all last year, so I can't really make comparisons to that.
So I threw you under the bus a little.
Yeah, I think my colleague Dani Boysen was involved with the commentary, and can't exactly remember what I was doing that weekend. But yeah, it's really been a revelation, I would say.
Do you think, like, personally, on your own personal perspective, like if I know you do a lot of sports raps, you do a lot of journalism according to like what's happening in Namibian sports and sports worldwide. How do you see Namibia's the squash, this kind of tournament on the level according to like other sports industries, other sports codes, like according to the organization, the quality of players that have come from overseas?
Yeah, no, it's definitely up there, and I think it's good to see for Namibian sport and specifically for squash. I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. Yeah, as you've been mentioning in the media, it's the biggest in Namibian history. Yeah, for squash, in terms, by the metrics of the number of entries, the world ranking positions of some of the contestants. So yeah, it's definitely a good sign.
I couldn't agree with you more on that. I think Namibian squash, along with squash being added into the Olympics, I think this has been something that we've been Namibian squash Wanderers ourselves, being a Wanderers squash member myself, that we're striving for, to make sure that we can give our members, our juniors, like the best possible exposure to see what kind of level they can play at and dream for. I mean, we saw Francois Jr. Anakom last night was unbelievable. There's a funny story about him today. The PSA registered him on the worldwide ranking list that they use as squash levels. So this morning, when everybody woke up, when they registered him again on the squash levels, he became the number one in the country overnight. I told Dad to go say, they said he's already got a squash levels count, like just go and readjust everything. But for one night, he became a 14-year-old number one in Namibia within like 12 hours, which is great. I mean, for a junior at his age, was unbelievable. He played an unbelievable opponent. Unfortunately, he lost tonight in a massive 3-2 5-setter, losing, I think, if I remember correctly, like 14-12 in the fifth. But after 82 minutes, so these guys are putting serious work in, and it's just unbelievable for Namibian squash just to witness this kind of thing. I mean, the players are coming to watch from young to old. It's unbelievable what we've been able to put together just for our squash community is, and we just can't look forward to what's going to come. But we've already started discussions for next year. While the tournament's still on the go, we're still discussing what's happening next year.
No, for sure. That's definitely. I'm sure you'll be adapting, like you say, and looking for opportunities to expand and to improve and to take it to the next level.
Exactly, I agree. I mean, I think people listening outside, I mean, you can see what the kind of promotions that we're putting in. Guys can see exactly how our court looks with the BDO signage that's on. I mean, we go out of our way for our sponsors because that's how we survive. So to have these kind of events is just unbelievable, not just for us as a community, but exposure towards our corporate sponsors, BDO, Powerline Africa, everybody that's involved, so Nama Poultry. It's just, I think everybody's seeing the amount of work that's being done behind doors, that they can see, like there is a plausible promoting, advertising, whatever in squash. And I've been hearing from all the players from overseas, they can't believe that a country like Namibia as small as we are, can host an event as big as this and be better than tournaments that they go to in first world countries.
Maybe a bit of a surprise there in the first set. So 11-2 to Tolwa.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said in the beginning, I think Ali is coming. I think Ali's chest is pumped. He's coming off a week of great. Like his confidence is booming. He's beaten guys the last. If I remember correctly, I could be corrected, but I think last week he beat two guys in the top 50 in the world. So to come and play in his second round match against number 62, if I'm correct, 62 in the world, it's not something different for him. He's just going to go about his business. I think Tawfiq has got his work cut out for him. He needs to, if I look at if the scoreline 11-2, he's making so many unforced errors that Ali is just going with the flow. He's just staying patient. Doesn't need to really push so hard. He's just being a patient squash player, waiting for Tawfiq to give him the opportunity either to win the point or just to force an unforced error. Because he's not really doing anything fancy at the moment. He's just playing basic squash, which I think Tawfiq needs to maybe get back to, just to stabilize the atmosphere, stabilize the set piece, and just start from there. Because Ali is definitely walked away with the first set, especially in 8 minutes. I mean, that's not even, doesn't even hurt the legs on 8 minutes. My words weren't even cold, and I said Ali is not going for anything outrageous, and then he goes and slaps a cross-court nick off the serve. These Egyptians are just ridiculous when it comes to professional technique and racket skills. I've played a couple times against a few Egyptians, and what they can do with a racket is just ridiculous. There we go. There's the unforced error from Ali, just because Tawfiq was just making sure the ball's coming back. He wasn't putting any pressure on Ali, just making sure the ball's coming back. Ali wants to go, and he's a bit impatient. But if you won the first set 11-2, you get the feeling like, okay, I've got a bit of a gap. I can maybe push a bit more on the aggressive side, but on this level that can change so quickly. This is the squash I was talking about. Very constructive, very patient. Tawfiq is really slowing the pace down now. Maybe he's kind of realized that if he just slows the pace down a little bit now, that it's just gonna cause a bit of a frustration for Ali, that he wants to go for unnecessary shots. Getting some court service there from one of our local legends, Francois Hanekom, giving proper branding exposure to the patio, a local company here in Namibia.
So in the beginning you spoke about was it Dewald's comments and his experience of just getting used to the conditions. So like people that are like on the masterful level, like Floyd Mayweather, some of his opponents were also talking about how they could sense he's aware of everything that's happening everywhere, and just that whole experience.
No, it's. I mean, these guys play all over the world. So I mean, no court plays the same. I mean, no matter what we can do, we'll make sure our court plays the same as, let's take Pretoria Country Club or a club in Alexandria. So these guys play on a different level. Their thinking capacity is completely different. Where they can see maybe on a floor, like there's a dark spot on the floor somewhere, so they'll try and aim for that spot that the opponent might just like lose like 1/10 of a second where the ball is going through that dark spot and that kind of stuff. No, these guys on the pro circuit, these guys think completely differently. It's not just about physical preparation, mental preparation. It's about what is the court doing, what is the floor doing, is there a spot that doesn't bounce the same as the rest of the court. So I mean, squash is a professional sport, so I mean, how much time and effort goes into any other sport that they do analysis on. And I mean, they've got in a team sport, they've got a whole team that does a analysis on your opponent, where these guys do it by themselves. If they're lucky enough, they've got a coach that helps them, but 90% of the time it's just you, where you just watch a few games of your opponent. You watch, maybe they would watch a couple matches that's been previously at that tournament, at that specific venue, but it's a professional sport. I mean, they're in the Olympics now for that reason. We've been acknowledged as a sport that is worthy of being in the Olympics. So that comes with a list of professionalism, the players, everything, the organizations. But the amount of work in any single sport, it's you and you alone. You don't have somebody to tell you in between points, oh no, you need to do this. So that's why squash is such a lovable sport, because the amount of mental capacity you have to have is unbelievable. You can see Tufik is now switched on. He's figured out the game plan that he needs to do here. He slowed it down really nicely, and then he attacks when he has to. A little bit of a disagreement between them, but luckily we've got JP Brits on board saying, guys, come on, play must be continuous, let's go. Just take your turn. And this is a very normal thing that happens, where the players don't understand exactly what's being said to them. JP just saying, listen, just watch the way you're speaking to me. It's not professional. What I say as the referee, what I say goes. Definitely a stroke ball there. as we can see now, this match is we're only halfway through the set, and we're only at 9 minutes for the set compared to the first set being only 8 minutes. So you can definitely see Tufik he's definitely kind of started getting to rhythm with his play. I think all Tufik is doing right now is just weathering the storm. He's just making sure the ball's coming back. He's picking up all the balls, and Ali is getting forced into trying to do something different because Tufik is picking up everything, and Ali wants to try and finish the rally instead of also just going back to basics, exactly like I'm saying right there. He's getting forced into playing shots that doesn't need to be done, very impatient, and Tufik is just weathering it. That's all he's doing. I think that's now 3 in a row, just going for shots that's not necessary instead of just trying to play the rally. I think Ali's pretty much given up. He doesn't want to waste too much energy. And this is a difficult time in a squash match because, I mean, like he's given away 3-4 very easy points. He's so far down, but the momentum in a squash match is so important. So even if he loses this set, but he can take another 3-4 points, the momentum is on his side. And that's the funny thing about squash. You can be so far back, but the momentum switch can change so quickly in squash. You can see there Ali is getting a bit frustrated with himself, the unforced errors. He knows he's given away 5 very easy points without even Tufik having to do too much effort.
Number 16 Gateway.
It's like the point that you were saying, Nana, about him being a Jack Russell. He moves so quickly. You think he's out of position and then he's there. Oh, such a great shot. Like you said, that's the explanation right there. I mean, it's just ridiculous quick movement there from the number 1 seed. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, evening the score after 25 minutes. 1 set all.
When I first saw that this was the matchup, that was my kind of expectation that this is the kind of the sets that we're going to see, 15, anything between 15 and 20 minutes a set. Because I know these guys are both very physical players, very, very fit, young players as well, lots of energy. So I think we still got a lot of time that's still going to go into this match. These guys, they're very competitive, as we've seen in the first 2 sets. I think we're going to be sitting here for quite some time.
You were talking earlier about what this tournament means for Namibia in your view, and so on, and taking Namibian squash forward. Yeah, you spoke with quite a lot of passion. You could feel. So I believe in Windhoek there's only 2 squash clubs. Is it?
So we've got registered. We've got 3 squash clubs in Windhoek. We've got now Wanderers Squash Club where this is being held. We've got a co-squash club that's helping us. It's involved in this tournament as well. That's the Klein Windhoek Squash Club. They've been generous enough to say their club is open because we've got 137 entries, 259 matches being played over 5 days. And without the help of our other clubs, it's just impossible. Then you've also got UNAM, the university itself. They've got 2 squash courts as well. That's been driven by Carl Kriel, one of Namibia's also top squash players.
Youngster.
He's still a youngster. He's still studying at UNAM. Very, very great squash player. Lots of talent. I mean, I used to play against him for years, and always gave me grey hairs for the talent that he has. But we've got the 3 squash clubs here. We've got the 2 squash clubs at the coast. This tournament, I mean, with the passion that we have in the squash committee, and also the drive that we have to push squash to be a properly acknowledged sport in Namibia is immense. I mean, we've got Wanderers has got our own personal squash committee. Then we've got what I call it an executive squash committee just for this tournament. And we start planning this event once this tournament is finished. Our first meeting is 2 weeks after the event is finished, that we can see what we can do better. How can we make this event bigger next year? And our goal is not just Namibia, but our goal is to bring more competitive squash to Southern Africa. South Africa's got immense talent in squash. One of our neighboring countries as well, Zambia, is unbelievably strong at squash. They've got so many good players. Numerous of them have come and played at this event. So we've got a lot of plans, and we're going to start trying to get to pushing those plans, and then always host, making sure this is the big one for the year. And we're all driven, not with the aspect to have this just for the show, but to have this to develop the sport in Namibia, so that our juniors that are currently here, the juniors all over Windhoek that are training, can see like this is a sport that you can go play Olympics for you. This is a sport that if you're good enough, you can make a living from it. If I look at, I used to play with Dewald van Niekerk, the number 2 seed at university, and when he came into the university, I was already a senior. And the first time I played him, I was like, oh, this guy's going to be top 50. He can push himself top 20 in the world. Just that's how good he is. But without getting these kind of exposures, these kind of events, it will never happen. I've spoken to numerous Egyptian players. They say that they most probably have about 60 of the top 100 players in the world that are Egyptian. so it's also an African country, so why can't we strive to get maybe 3, 4, 5, 10 from Southern Africa that are in the same class? And we've seen that. I mean, Francois Hanekom Jr. is definitely a squash prodigy that's coming through the lines now. He lives and breathes squash besides getting all his stuff done at school, and he's just an unbelievable talent and we need to look after him. We need to make sure that he gets the proper exposure, and with these kind of events that's possible. I mean, we've got about, I could be under correction, but I think we've got about 20, between 15 and 20 players in our normal A division that are foreign players, and that's the way we prove our game. It's from playing people on a different level that can show you, okay, but I can do better. There's areas that I can improve on. No matter, even if I'm number one in Namibia, there is still an area to be better in.
So speaking of the PSA and the professional side of the game, so how does a talented player typically, how does the path go to move into the professional level, and what is the life like basically as a professional squash player?
The right path for a squash player? That's a very good question, Andrew. Because, I mean, you can always register. The PSA is an open source. So if I want to, I can register on the PSA and play as many tournaments as I possibly can. But what the PSA has done in the last couple of years was they've made the bracket bigger. So a couple years ago, you had a minimum prize money fee to be able to host the PSA event. And I think the PSA went and looked at their whole business, the whole structure, and said, but this isn't working. We're not opening ourselves up enough for all the players worldwide, not just locally, worldwide. So they came up with the PSA World Tour and the PSA Challenger Tour. So the PSA Challenger Tour is from a satellite tournament to, I could be corrected, I think 15K what we're hosting now is the minimum or the maximum requirement for a Challenger tournament, and then above that becomes World Tour. So the PSA opened themselves up to a bigger broad of players that are able to register, able to play on the tour. And from there, they built the numbers. When I used to play the PSA, we had, I think the PSA was accumulated of 400 players worldwide on the PSA circuit. Now we're looking at 8 to 1,000 players that are constantly on the tour playing, registering for tournaments. So I think the PSA, that was, I think, one of the reasons why we were able to get the Olympic status, because of the way it was restructured. Jeez, that was I think complaining a little bit about the courts being slippery, but if I saw that correctly, I think he just lost his footing there a little.
You had to change direction very quickly in the slip.
But I think the PSA has done a lot of work to get the sport to where it is now, where we can have these kind of events and having players coming from all over the world just to play, with the possibility of losing your first match and have to go home. But it's become a lot more of a professional sport, if I can say so.
So thinking back, in terms of role models, has Namibia ever had like a successful professional squash player? Or
So we definitely have. He's retired from the squash courts now. He plays now and then. From Marco Becker, he used to be Namibia's #1. He played for a couple of years on the European circuit. He was definitely like my drive back in the day. Was my drive to like I want to beat him because he did so much. We had another guy, Ryan Thompson, as well. He also played on the circuit for a couple of years, and if I remember correctly, I think they were like on the brink of the top 200 or just outside of the 200. But they were top class players. They really put the effort into not just having to do it while studying, but they also did it for the love of the game. And that is a very unforced error. Serving out at this level is something you don't see very often. But yeah, so we've definitely had a couple of Namibians that have put a lot of effort into playing on the world tour. Only the biggest problem is when it comes to playing from the Namibian perspective is if a Namibian has to play on the world tour, you have to breach out. You can't play in Namibia or South Africa. You have to go to the Europe or to the States where there's a lot of tournaments. And unfortunately for us, that costs a lot of money. But at the rate that the squash in Namibia is growing right now, I think a lot of the corporates are starting to see what squash is. I mean, we've seen the development of this tournament in particular. Every year that we host this tournament, we get new sponsors on board. So it's not just from the tournament, the 2, 3, 4 sponsors that we have. It's other corporates that are seeing what we're doing, from our branding exposure, from the advertising schemes to everything. I mean, we've got big corporates involved. Of course, we've got BDO, we've got Powerline Africa, Novel Namibia, and these guys have all seen that the amount of work and the amount of appreciation we put in for our sponsors is unbelievable. We've got Number Poultry that decided they're getting on board this year because it's just the amount of work that's been done behind closed doors to make these kind of things possible. I mean, Ikoso is a fantastic Namibian company, proudly Namibian, and they came on board purely because of the advertising that we produce for the rest of the sponsors. They just said, like, we would like to sponsor not just because of the squash, but because the amount of advertising that they're getting from this kind of event. As we see, they're now getting back to a little bit of squash, not just the tournament itself. Ali was able to claw himself away there again in the third set. We're 39 minutes in after 3 sets. Ali leads 2 games to 1. If we have a look on the screen here, we've got the guy in the green cap, Mr. Stephen Berry. I'm sure a lot of people will know him. Talking a lot on the radios and loves to hear his own voice.
I think he did 2 matches co-commenting today as well.
Exactly. No, Stephen is a proper squash enthusiast. The guy with Franco Hanekom with the patio shirt as well. He's the father of Franco Jr. Glad to see that they can't just, it's not just a racket that they can hold, but they can hold a mop as well.
And of course, he can hold the golf club.
Which is 100% correct.
former professional,
former
professional,
Namibian golf player. I played with him the other day. Still strikes the ball unbelievably well. He made me look very bad on the golf course with his remote control golf bag. But yeah, no, lots of talent here at the Wanja Squash Club. I think what I can say to all the viewers and listeners, like guys, tomorrow's quarterfinals. No matter what happens at this match, we're sitting here. I don't know what the time is now. It's probably very late. These guys started playing at 5 o'clock this afternoon, and we're closing it on 10 o'clock. These guys are unbelievable athletes, and it's just going to get better and better and better. Tomorrow's quarterfinals, I think we've got a jam-packed, action-packed quarterfinals that's going to be waiting for us tomorrow. I think Tawfiq has got his work cut out for him. That is what I call the Egyptian flair. They are not scared to do anything on the squash court. They've got so much racket skill, it's ridiculous. Stroke there, Tawfiq is not happy with that one, but I fully agree with JP there, the referee. Very much in the way there. Tawfiq, I think, is getting a little bit impatient here. Ali is just hitting the ball in the right spots at the moment. At this moment, I feel like he can't do anything wrong. Wherever the ball is going, Tawfiq is under pressure the whole time. Now, Andrew, tell me, have you enjoyed the squash so far the last 2 days?
Yeah, I did. I think I'm also looking forward to the knockout phase of the tournament. I think it's, of course, every player also brings his own character to the game.
Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, we weren't able to watch what was going on the other court with the two Egyptians play against each other. Like, there's so much love for each other in the game, but also so competitive when they play against each other. I think they played for 89 minutes, and at the end they were just like so, like the aggression, the passion that they had on the court was unbelievable. So I think from tomorrow, with it being quarterfinals, when it becomes extremely, not that it's not extremely serious for these guys from round one, but I think from tomorrow, like, we're going to see so much passion on the court, so many like chest pumps and loud cries, and my point exactly just like that. So much class.
Andrew, I know you also played Premier League cricket for Wanderers. So, do you think there's enough cricket fields in Egypt? Talking of the racket skills.
Personally, I think they would make, if their racket skills are so good on the squash court, I think they would make unbelievable cricket players. With the amount of wrist work that they can do, like if we look at the Indian cricket team, the way that they work their wrist, even though they lost 2-0 to South Africa today in the cricket series that happened there, but they've got so much flair, so much skill with their wrists. And in squash, it's a factor when it comes to your talent, what you can do with not just the racket, but the way you hit the ball, the way you can manipulate where the ball is going from your wrist. And I remember watching a Egyptian legend, as he's known. He was known as the artist, Rami Ashur. I remember watching him play at the World Championships 2011, 2013. What that guy used to do with his wrist was unbelievable. To this day, they still think that it's impossible. So from a cricketing background, I would say if they would have a national cricket team, I'm 100% sure they would get the ICC status very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, geographically they're not too far away from a lot of Asian cricket countries, so yeah, I'm sure the game can actually develop quite fast.
Definitely.
In terms of exposure.
I think Egypt is a sporting country. I mean, they've got their soccer is absolutely amazing. I mean, African champions numerous times. They've got players playing in the Premier League and everything. So I think whatever they take as a professional sport, they excel in. And also being so close to the rest of the world, it's a lot easier to get the better exposure. I know a lot of the players from Egypt, a lot of them personally, especially like Mohamed Al-Shabagi, that's in the top 10. He's the ultimate longest racket player to be in the top 10 in the world for so many weeks. Better than Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, all those amazing tennis players. And because they've got the opportunity to be so close to the rest of the world, being on the top of Africa, they just jump over the border and they're playing in the European circuit. And they obviously get a lot more exposure. But saying that, you need to have the skill. And a lot of those players have proven themselves over and over again that they are. That's why they're the best in the world. I'm going to put out a fun fact here quickly. Today, Deelwold van Niekerk and David Turner posted on their social media. And I was very shocked when I saw it. I was like, it's one of my role models that reshared our tournament on his Instagram status. And he was also a former world champion, British #1, which was so amazing was to see. It was like Nick Matthews that reshared all the posts that these guys have been making of our tournament. Just shows how big, like how much exposure this tournament is getting just from the international players coming here. I was shocked. I was like, this guy's my role model and he's posting about our tournament that we're hosting at the bottom of Africa.
Speaking of the southern part of Africa, and since we drifted here into the cricket conversation, I don't know if you were too busy. I only saw it this morning, but it actually happened late yesterday afternoon. So the draw for the ICC T20 World Cup next year, February, Namibia will be in there as well. So we'll be in a pool with. Did you see?
I think we couldn't have asked for a worse draw. Having to play against India and Pakistan and then we've got Netherlands and I think it was
USA,
the USA.
yeah.
Like you're playing two of the biggest contingencies in cricket between India and Pakistan, but like we could say it, I'll say it loud and proud as well. Our boys can show up to the big stage. We beat South Africa the other day, where we thought, when I first saw the squad South Africa was going to send for the T20, the 1-12 T20 International that they played at the new cricket stadium, I was like, this is not just a small team. These are IPL franchise players. These are proper cricket players, like match-winning players. When we've got the Koch, you've got Reza Hendricks, you've got the up-and-coming Luhendro the Pretorius. I was like, this is not just any team, and we were able to beat them. It just shows that in the same as the squash, you can play against. I mean, Ali is not in the top 100 in the world, and Tawfiq is 62 in the world, and Ali is showing exactly that numbers don't mean anything. And that's what Namibia did. And I mean, I'm so proud of our national cricket team, what they've been able to achieve, what they've been able to accomplish in the last 8 years. I know a lot of the cricket players personally, and they go out of their way. So I think there might be a few upsets, possibly at the Cricket World Cup, especially with Pakistan. Like it's the one day they're the best team in the world, and the next day they could be like they lost against the USA in the last World Cup. So I think Namibia is just going to go out with the underdogs. We've beaten top tier nations before. It's nothing new. I think they must just go there, believe in what they can do, and hit it for six.
Tense point in the context of this match.
Yeah, for Tawfiq, this is a massive point. To get that 1 point advantage, 2-1 down, is massive. You can see the players have gone back to playing a bit more balls to the back, to hit the back glass, waiting for an error to capitalize on. I do feel that Tawfiq is forcing a lot. Ali just feels, I just see like he's a bit more composed. Oh. Ali talking to his contingency here on the stand. I think that was a massive point for Tawfiq. I think if he can capitalize on this set, we're going to be in for a massive fifth set.
And now 10 player must win by 2 points.
Big point, yeah. Either way, where this goes, this is a big point. Some fantastic fetching there from Ali. Ladies and gentlemen, this is best squash in the world right now. Stroke ball.
11-10 match ball. The same. 11-10 match ball.
Ali's got match ball here on the number 1 seed in the tournament. This is, like I said in the beginning, Ali is on a massive high right now about taking out the guys in the top 100 at the moment. And that's the match for Ali. This is a massive upset in the tournament on day 2. I actually cannot believe it. You can see the emotion in Ali. This means a lot to him. 56 minutes in 4 sets. It's crazy the amount of work that they just put in. But I think Ali is now over the moon. I think this is the 3rd play in the top 100 that he's beaten in 1 week. And he's ranked outside of the top 100.
Yeah, unbelievable result here in Windhoek.
I think we can call that a wrap on day 2. I think we've seen some amazing squash today here at the BDO Namibian Open 2025, and I think it's only just going to get better. I think tomorrow's matches are going to just be, I'm going to say it, 10 times longer. So tomorrow we're going to see some massive games. I mean, Damian Groenewald from South Africa came up with a blistering start in his match today, winning 3-2 after being 2-love up. Managed to fight himself back in the 5th after being 2-love up, going level at 2-all and then winning in the 5th. We've got Yannick Omlor against Mohamed Gouam, which is going to be a massive match. Yannick all the way from Germany playing really well tonight. And then we've got the battle of last year, where we've got Dewald van Niekerk, the number 2 seed, against Abdullah Amir Hafiz. They played each other twice last year, once at this specific event last year and then once at the All Africa Championships last year as well. So I think Dewald has got a 2-love lead on him, and he's definitely going to want to extend that lead onto 3-love tomorrow. Oh, we did.
Yeah, so that's all from us here at the Wanderers for this Wednesday evening. And so in the build-up to Saturday's finals, still lots of excitement to come. And so join us again tomorrow as we proceed with this tournament.
Same time, same place.
Yeah, from me, Andrew Poolman, and with me was Andrew Forrest. Until next time.
See you guys tomorrow. Thanks, Andrew.